En la plaga de Reyes, BLAK meta. Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, tu bolito para tomar. Pulpíndalo, pulpine, batería de Rapunzel, de rapos, de lagarto, de cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojo dormirme en el hotel. Eleve mi level como un papel castel, ya un papel. Lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que seguro Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la red. So man, ¿por qué no sacan la tabla? Juro por mis abuelos que no diablo por las aguas. Soy chincha neto, búscame por pico sour. Te voy a meter al centro loco como que móvil. Ya metiendo mi voz, estamos rompiendo el pro. El negro de pesadero como super pídete el micrófono. Que quiere meterle cuello, pero no puede meterle taco bro. Si tú pensabas que solo era un café, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Ese black shit, black sea mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so boom.
Dinero Luis, man, desempeño, la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Smoke Gang, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendente. Sí, un perro no habla, pero sí. Con tu historia callejera pa' barrios de delincuente. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde, que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lenny, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los yeles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Otro en la comisaría, baby, el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como lujo. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodado de perro chusco. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque es de verdad. Super fina la toto quizá y metido en la tina aprendiendo quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mito la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad. Yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste de Peña, que tengo una señal, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña, aquí nadie la tiene llena de desigual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste de Peña, que con una señal, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña, aquí nadie la tiene llena de desigual. Tiene que respetar. Si yo soy tu papá. Ezekiel Mo, negro. Ezekiel Mo, nigga. Negro Luigi, man. Incas Mo, it's money gang.
Yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman para que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se me tiraron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta. Me está llamando a la 3. Dile que ya me después de las 16 y 25. Voy a meter la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. No fue Sayaquinco, luchando para salir del rinco. De callejar el city brinco. Under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el color por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Gandhi. Antes que me branden, yo seré la que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la materia, no sirve ni para romper el tigre de un evento afuera. No puedo por la carrera. Desafía la gravedad, esperas la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que yo encuentre la manera. He visto bastante porque veo que no se dando escalones de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy el púlpito porque el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor. De repente que ha perdido esta cordillera. Si luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle mi templo. Tiempo pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis pasos son de más que tu poema se siente de tu cuando entro. Que todito estos drogadictos que están rapeando ritmos al viento de mi balcón. Yo he visto el tono de con la misma gestión, pero la música no tiene balón. Pasa para ello, me siento patrón, lo llamo, es la cuestión. Y doy por cada rincón, consciente de la operación, el fondo de empate con el del bufón. De Young, la maldita casa. Plaza de Rey y papá, el héroe Willy, Black mental. Hip hop, perrón, trago la maldita base.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quiere empezar, sin ni siquiera estar armando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su bando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad
En la plaza de Reyes, BLAK aumenta. Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco bron. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit, black sea metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Dinero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le doy, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Es Incas Mob, negro. Es Incas Mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, It's money gang, gang, gang,
Ey, yao. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3.
Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln, con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco, under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor interprete que de esta cordillera, sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro, y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón, y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión, y doy fe por cada renglón, consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango, la maldita casa, Plaza de Reyes, papá, el Nero Luigi, BLAK mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base. Yao.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su bando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido.
Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Here we go. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. All right, there we go. Okay, man. Here we go, family. All right. So, shalom to everybody. Saludos, buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días. Y para los pendejos, otro día. I don't know. I'm just kidding, man. Anyhow, listen. I have something important to show you. This is gonna be good. I think this is gonna be good. I think I found the root of Waboism, BHI, and comedic shit. Okay, I think I have. So here's what we're gonna do today, real quick. All right. So I'm just gonna remind you guys. All right. And by the way, a brother texted me something, and it seems like this knowledge is getting through. Okay. So don't take it for vain. If you hear an echo, by the way, I don't know how. I'm trying to fix it, but I don't want to mess it up. Okay. So let's just keep moving. Anyhow, so the reason I'm bringing this book out is because of that particular reason. Some of you guys have heard of this book. Some of you. Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with R.B. Lewis. Now, I was thinking, should I show him after or should I show him before? You know, man, all glory to our Father, because he is the one that dictates this class, not me. Don't be fooled, family, when people tell you Nah, man. I give all glory and all power to our Father. So watch this real quick. Let's get to it, man. You know, and by the way, what's up, Juan, Quam, Al? Appreciate you, man. All we be real, bro. I see you guys, all right? And also make sure you like and subscribe and share. Nobody asks for any money in this channel. Nobody needs any money in this channel. But we are doing it so our gente can understand the difference between, I'll tell you, the difference between they call it truth. You know, there are people in this area here that try to tell you that that we're the same people, but oh, we have the same history, and these are the same people that don't understand why they're saying that. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. I need you to know who this man is, and let's see if I can find him. Last time I found him real easy. Let me see. R.B. Lewis. R.B. Lewis of Light and Truth. Right? You guys have heard of that book. Okay. Light and Truth. So we're going to read about this Light and Truth guy. Now, this man, this is what this book is called. Let's just get to it, man. Light and Truth family. This is the root of Waboism and BHI and Kemetic shit. I'm just going to slap all of you three at once because you're all working together. I already know now that you are officially working together. So let's begin, family. And I'm going to go through this quickly, and then I'm going to read the important part. And then I'll show you a class because we're going to set this tone up. Now that there's some people call it frequency, some people call it energy. Nah, the power of the Most High is manifesting itself. Now we understand the East and West connection. You see, fam, you're going to see that in this book, this is where it all started. This is where it all started right here. In 1844, Light and Truth collected from the Bible and ancient and modern history, containing the universal history of the colored and the Indian race. Now, don't let that slip your mind one bit by them considering this Indian race family, and do not get confused because they ain't talking about your beaner ass in this book right here. I'm gonna tell you that right now. R.B. Lewis, colored man. In 1844, though, I still beg to question the so-called suffering. This man here was an African and a so-called Native American author, and I mean it so-called. Look, you cannot use the Bible and then say you're native when your daddy is an African. You cannot do that, okay? There's no playing that game here. So let's get that clear. Then it says here, best known for writing Light and Truth. He was also an entrepreneur, successful marketing air oil and other commodities, and also held 3 United States patents. Now, just let me take a step real quick here. And by the way, I'm going to warn you, just going to be going for a few hours, so hang in there. This man here, in 1844, wrote books, had patents, meaning he understood law. Keep in mind, gente, we did not know how to read or write. Let's remember what was going on at this time. This is not something to just walk over. Keep in mind that when the Spaniards came with the Africans, they laid heavy taxes on us. They took our land. Great famine ensued. And then on top of that, if we failed to attend Mass, which was implemented by most African padres, which we know now, for practicing any old riots, An Indian could receive 100 lashes. All we were allowed to do is understand and learn our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, 10 Commandments. That's it. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. I need you to understand this is a historical fact that the majority of the gente like you and I did not read and write. Now, that's one point. Again, I'm going to blend a few things here because now I understand the importance of them rooting this doctrine in the history. It was, listen, remember Ecclesiastes 1 and 3 and 15, family? Let's not forget. Look, prophecy is at hand. It is happening right now. Psalms 83 has been a consistent prophetic, I guess you could say, vision. Okay? It's been consistent. And they're not going to stop until until it stays this way, right? Remember what the scripture said, they have but a short time. Ecclesiastes 3:15 said, that which had been is now. You see, that which had been, meaning what the past was, is at it again. And that which is to be, meaning the future, had already been. So we will repeat this again if we don't change as a nation. And God required that which is past, meaning that's why the people that come here and say, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God, guess what? You think you die one time and that's it. En contraire, mon frère. God required that which is past. You got a book of remembrance. That goes for all of us. So you better be very mindful what you're doing in this lifetime, especially right now. Especially right now. So, continue again, right? We have a personal life of a gentleman named Robert Benjamin Lewis, who is a African, so-called Native American, author, light and truth, entrepreneur as well. This man actually had quite a wealth. He had ships. He imported oil, hair oil. That's where the whole concept came from. Do you understand what is going on? See, we didn't know these things at this time because we still did not even have our so-called freedom. Now, why am I showing this? Because remember, why didn't BHI, One West, bring this shit out? You're telling me, Nate the Snake Roberts, you telling me, leaders of whatever you guys are, that you didn't know about this book? About this gentleman named R.B. Lewis? Because this book shows me that your so-called prophecy, Nate, or whatever your guys' elder is, the guy you guys called King David, it wasn't they found it themselves. This guy actually called it out. This is the first man that said Judah is the black so-called Africans and Israel is the so-called natives. Yes, he did. And I'm going to show you. But here's the catch. You see, this is where they start differentiating Ham and the Negro. Oh, yes. You're going to see. See, I look at it like, bro, I went through this whole book, okay? I'm telling you, family, I went through the whole book. I'm going to show you some things. Very eloquently and so delicately, and I could say very deceptively, this man drops hints as you are moving forward. He doesn't blatantly say it, but he preps you. Now, here we published this volume of collections from sacred and profane history with a determination that a correct knowledge of the colored and Indian people, okay, ancient and modern may be extended freely. It says light and truth. So they say. Now, I'm going to show you something real quick. And this is what they call simpleton, simple stuff. Like they call it milk, okay? Milk stuff. Isaiah 8:20. This is prove that there's what the light means of the Bible. Simple stuff. This is one word stuff, okay? The law, to the law and to the testimony. Isaiah 8 and 20. To the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, if they speak not according to this word, meaning the scriptures, thoroughly, it is because there is no light in them. They themselves prove an extreme point. That's why Nate loves to go to you know what. I guess this one. John 8:32. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So here he is giving that, hey, I'm speaking of the scriptures and I'm telling you the truth. Ak. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Let me read that real quick. And many false prophets shall rise and deceive many. I'm glad you actually share that, because you're going to see what everything that they've been teaching is not of any of those men. It is regurgitated from older books. Nate the Snake or One West ISUPK, all those guys said they came up with the name, and then so-called the chart, and so-called who else connected the blacks and the Hispanics. Supposedly no one ever brought that out. They're lying, because it was this guy that brought it out in 1844. But you see, there's a catch, and we're going to continue, because this is what Nate is teaching. There's a catch, and you're going to find out. So whether you like this channel or not, I don't care. Whether you push this channel or not, I don't care. Whether you take away likes or add likes or dislikes, I don't care. I already know that YouTube is going to take off about 20% of the views and 20% of the likes. It is common. I see it all the time. So I don't care. You believe it? I don't care. You don't believe it? I don't care. The point being is I'm reading it. And guess what? I'm keeping the laws as best as I can. So that's all I care, because I'm teaching my family how to do that. And I'm teaching them the light, giving them the light, and showing them the truth. So I don't care what you think. I'm going to keep showing you. And it's up to you to either hearken or hate me. It's that simple. The Indians in this country are also oppressed and abused. You see this? Are also oppressed and abused. You see, he's sinking hooks, fam. He's sinking hooks. So let's continue. I already marked these things down, right? So as you can see in this book, which I highly suggest, take your time, grab it, read it. But he starts breaking these things down here. You'll see like the history of man, the ancient cities of kingdom, Judah, Jordan, chapter 3, description of Jerusalem, destruction of Jerusalem, the present state of Judah and Israel. The present state. The Hebrews, Israelite Jews, the tribes in America, the true Christians in this land. You know, you're thinking, oh man, this is good, Ak. This is good, Ak. But then you read this and you're like, wait a minute. What the F are you saying, bro? So here's why a lot of these people say the Grecians were black, Romans were black, Moors were black, Egyptians were black. We're going to get to that point. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The prophets. Oh, they're all Ethiopian, by the way. It gets better. It gets even better. Primitive man, the land of Ethiopia. You see how they're already suggesting it? Already suggesting it. The land of Ethiopia. The image of God, created he him. Created he them. And then he says, and the Lord formed man, Genesis 2:7, I believe, right? I don't know why it's 1:27. I'm assuming it's Genesis 2:7. And the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul. Interesting enough that they say this out of the land of Ethiopia. But now, there's a catch. Let's continue, though. Let's not stop. Hold on. Let me see if this marks it down, because I know I marked it. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Sounds good. All right. So I thought it didn't record it. So here we're going to see now a few more things. Let me go up again. Okay, so we see that there. Now let's skip on to the fall of man, the sons of Adam, the generations of Adam, right? You can look through this, and I'm just going to kind of glance through a few things, and I'm just going to show you, when you read this, you're going to see where he's taking this. You see, he drops subtle hints. Here's one of them. Here's the biggest one. The biggest one. So whenever they try to tell you that these One West indoctrinated dummies, I'm sorry. Look, listen, family. If you're in these camps and you watch this channel random, I'm sorry to say, man, but you drank the Kool-Aid, yo. You drank the Kool-Aid, yo. And you're looking at me as a so-called Hispanic as somebody beneath you, because they taught you that. Because they said, look at me and I'm beneath you. Because supposedly we mixed and you didn't. And see, that's what you don't understand, how engraved that shit is in y'all. So you don't think that I'm anything of truth. You think I'm full of it. You think I'm a conquistador or an agent, or you don't think that an uneducated paisa can even come up with this understanding. You don't believe that. And it's, you know what? I don't care. I've lived all my life with people doubting me. I love my family, man. I love my family, my blood family. I love my dad, man. But it was difficult. There was no such thing as motivation in that sense with me. I was meant to be a failure. That's all people saw. GPA was like 1.02. I didn't really speak English well. I know you guys think, nah, man. I didn't speak English when I was 7, 8, or 9 years old. When I was around 9 and 10, then I started learning pretty much well. And it took years to get to this point. I didn't even like to read. So again, I don't care. I'm actually that's why I keep saying, man, this is the best times to live in right now. Because unless you are closing your eyes and not accepting the fact that what you've been taught is a lie. They said, clearly the scripture said, Matthew 24:11, and many false prophets shall rise and deceive many. I have always said, everything I share with y'all, confirm it. Read it for yourselves. But again, who am I, right? I'm just a Mexican. Like the brother said. Yeah, I'm Issachar, yo. I'm Issachar, dog. Hand over your daughter, damn it. That's a sad shit right there, you know? That's really sad, because some of you that are in these camps, that just might be our gente, but you look at your phenotype so much, and Most High is going to hold you accountable for that. Because I'm not doing this. I'm only showing who the conquistadors are, who came to this continent, and who actually took this land, who is in the prophecy. I hate to tell you, but Africans, you are in the prophecy. You did come with the white man. So now I see that you're running from it now. And again, I don't care if you don't believe me. I'm going to continue to show it, because you know what? Every day the Most High is revealing something, or every other day. Man, my next so-called show coming up on Friday, wow, yeah, it's going to blow your minds, because I've been talking about Texas for a while, right? Oh, until you find out who the first 170 representatives were. Man, is it going to, boy, is that going to be fire. But anyway, let's continue. So now we see here the sons of Ham, right? Oh, I'm sorry. No, the sons of Noah, isn't it? Give me a second. Interestingly enough. Proverbs 29:12. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. Damn right, bro. The sons of Noah. Ah, man, that sucks. It actually deleted all the. Well, let me go back. Damn it! It deleted it all. No way. Shit. Anyways, all right. So check this out. We're gonna do our best. Again, this is the wicked evil spirits trying to fight against us. It's all good. It says here, to the descendants of Ham, I have generally given the name of Ethiopians. Okay. Then here he says black. Blacks with frizzled and curly hair. So now you're thinking, wait a minute. Blacks with frizzled and curly hair? What the hell do you got? You're black, frizzled hair, right? So it's like, this makes no sense. The descendants of Shem, check this out. The descendants of Shem denominated Assyrian and Syrians, blacks with long, straight hair. You see now, blacks with straight hair. Ham are Ethiopians with frizzled or curly hair. So I'm like, this is interesting. As you keep going down, you kind of get an idea what he's breaking down, scripture-wise, right? We understand these things. But ever so subtle, he brings up Abraham. But then as he brings up Abraham, he starts kind of suggesting Keturah, Canaanite woman. The sons of Esau were Eliphaz. You're going to like this one. Check this out. The sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, blah, blah, blah. The sons of Ra, blah, blah, blah. These were the generations of Shem after his family, after the tongues, okay? It says the sons of Esau by the daughters of Ishmael, okay? So we're not missing anything. So now check this out. The generations of Ham. Remember, this is a black guy, okay? The meaning of significance, the following word found in Ethiopian, blackness, Black Kush, all that stuff, right? Ethiopia, again. A portion of the earth which first peopled after Adam and Eve. Here it goes a little weird now. Compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. The children of Ethiopia were Adam to Noah through the lineage of Seth. Huh. So now check this out. The generations of Ham, an Ethiopian, Cush, Mizraim, and Canaan. Okay, so far, but it's like, okay, as I'm reading this, I'm thinking, all right, what is he suggesting? Because see, I know, and I'm reading, I understand scripture, so I'm like, okay. Then he says the Cushites are descendants of Cush. Okay. I'm like, yeah, like, all right. So I keep reading. But then he says, Mizraim founded Egypt. I'm like, okay. But then he says that again, but in a different manner. Check this out. Canaan, the fourth son of Ham, established the land of Judea. Okay, so we see that, yeah, makes sense. But now he gets into a bunch of different things. The son of Cush, who gave his name to a country in Arabia. The grandson of Cush, the son of Joktan. The grandson of Abraham. All these seem to have taken up their residence in Arabia. But you see how he said Cush in Arabia. And Abyssinia in Africa. And perhaps most of the southern east part of Arabia and Ethiopia, and the Red Sea now. So it's like, oh, now he's putting Abraham over there. Okay? I'm like, I get you now. I understand where you're going with this. But then he says, Nimrod, son of Cush, an Ethiopian. Okay. This is getting interesting. Then he says, where is he at? Let me continue. The Canaanites, called by the Greeks Phoenicians. I keep saying that. You guys don't believe me?
Who are you?
And Ethiopians were descendants of Canaan. Wait, what? But didn't he just say that Ethiopians? So you know what he's referring to? You're going to find out what he's referring to. We're going to go a little quicker on this point because you're starting to see the sons of Canaan, Zidon. This is Canaan. So he's referring to Canaan being black, blackity black. Okay, that's what he's saying. Sidonians built Zidon, the province of Phoenicia. Okay, the children of Canaan, which is Ham, who has frizzy hair. Remember, he said that, not me. Then he goes on to say, the Macedonians named it Ethiopia. Okay. Amathos, okay, cool. Okay, here we go. The Amalekites were descendants of Amalek, of the family of Ham.
Who are you?
So I'm like, okay, now you're getting a little nuts here. But he's going somewhere. You see, you're gonna see where he's going. Anakins were also offspring of Ham, Cush, Cushi, David. Now Cushi came the tidings unto David. Oh yeah. Check this out. The descendants of Ham, who were denominated blacks in the Grecian historians, their hair was frizzy or curly. I didn't say that. He said that. So now check this out. The Phoenicians, the Canaanites' sacred history were among the most early civilized nations of the earth. We, the Christians and civilized people of the present day, are indebted to them for our knowledge of navigation. Greece was indebted to the Phoenicians. Interestingly enough, one of Canaan's sons. Let me see if I'm. Ah, man. I think it's later on, but let's continue. I don't want to stay too long on this. So now we see the blessings. So as he's going further, he starts including Abraham again. As you can see, there's a lot of Africanism going on here right now. A lot of African influence. Isaac had not arrived, mature age. Abraham, not among the Canaanites. So like, okay. Abraham removed his tents to Egypt. All right, I'm just going through this real quick, okay? Just bear with me here. I'm going to show you something, and then I'm going to show you the video. Then it says here, after the death of Sarah, Abraham's wife, he took the second wife, named Keturah, a Canaanite woman. That's not 100% true, from what I recall. She's an Egyptian woman, isn't she? Not a Canaanite woman. The nation of the troglodytes were derived from Abraham's by Keturah. Had six sons. You see this? Troglodytes. This is Sakari's favorite word now. Now you know where he got it from, I guess. Now, if you keep going down, you see how it's just kind of going through prophets, blah, blah, blah. The two nations of Isaac here. Hey, check that out. It gets interesting here. So, he mentions here Isaac. You see how they said, oh, no one ever told you guys about Esau. Shut your fat faces up, man. You overweight dummies. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first was red all over like a hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. His brother named Jacob, who was afterwards called Israel. The first clothing worn by ancients were hairy garments. The Lord God made coats of skins and clothed them. And they were wandered about in sheepskin and goatskin, ramskin, and badgers dyed red. The ramskin dyed red were used in construction of the tabernacle. Dr. Clark has proved from Homer, Flino, and modern travelers that there were rams whose natural color is red. From this fact, it may be deduced that Esau was red all over, like a hairy garment. He was red, not hairy. Esau became a cunning hunter. Check this out. And was loved to be Isaac. But he despised his birthright and sold it to Jacob. Isaac, however, blessed Esau, his son, and said unto him, blah, 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 blah. You know that story. A hunter, here's the interesting part. A hunter or archer, one who is skillful in the use of bow and arrow, as Esau was. The weapons of war formerly used were the sword, spear, bow, and arrow, sling, javelin. Esau, the Edomite, or Indian. But didn't he say light and truth? Now he references Indian. And you're like, wait, hold on a second. ¿Cómo que Indian, cabrón? So now they're referencing Esau, the Edomite, or Indian. The ones that use bow, spear, arrow, sword, javelin, sling. Now you know why they call you, or call me, a Caucasian? I understand where this is going, or where it came from. This is in 1844. You're seeing, once again, right here. Look, listen, I'm going to tell you again, believe it or not, I don't care. I'm showing you what I'm reading. And unless you are so emotionally involved in your doctrine, then you got no hope. I'm sorry, backwards. If you are emotionally involved in your doctrine, you have no hope. Psalms 83 says, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. Who did they constantly say? Even in this book, we're going to read that there was an island far away who they knew of, but they waited till the very last end. They say it in this book. Let me continue how he's going to generalize us here with us. Here, this is us right here, family. To this Negro right here, this African, you so-called Hispanics are Esau. Esau, who is Edom, which signifies red, the red people. So here he starts going here, and then I'll tell you what he says. Like, Esau, 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 banging on Esau, banging on Esau. You know that whole song and shit, that stupid old song, right? But here it goes right here. These were the descendants of Esau, the father of the Edomites, and were dukes of Edom. Dukes means only a chief or a leader, answering to the chief or tribes of Indians in America. Nothing new under the sun, family. This was meant to be prepared for y'all later on. Keep in mind that this is around the same time in 1844 when we were losing Texas, and you're going to find out by who the majority of the people running that campaign were, who they were. Oh, yeah. And I got facts. I don't just talk about it. No, I'm going to bring you facts because I always bring facts. I'm not like Colomiados who alter shit. I bring facts because I'm not afraid of facts. The people of Ethiopia, then again, he's like, okay, so now you're like, okay, wait, hold on a second. So remember now what he said. This is in page 25. We're going to skip pretty quick through it, okay? Let me just show you the most important parts are here, and then I'm going to go scoop real quick. Go ahead. Remember what he said? This is R.B. Lewis. This man right here is calling us Esau. This Negro right here. With him with the 9 stars in his forehead. With his big ass nose. You still think I have the time? You still think I have the time to believe what you're trying to teach? Kid, you haven't done your homework at all about who this man is. And this one West doctrine, you're teaching what he taught. But you see, he was like, no, the natives are our people, but not the light-skinned natives. The black ones. In this book, plain and simple, it seems to me that whenever a black person is involved with this whole thing, then it's okay to be an Israelite. But if they're not involved, then it's not okay to be an Israelite. This is what I get from this book. Because at every given moment, he's slapping Ethiopia. And I'm like, okay, now what the hell? But y'all ain't Ethiopians. Ethiopia. Descendants of Egypt. Now he goes here. No, hey, check this out. The sons of Abraham by Hagar, the wife of Ishmael, was an Egyptian woman. Here he's suggesting that Ishmael is Egypt. So he goes into Hagar, and he starts kind of bringing up all these things, right? So let me kind of go to another point here real quick. You kind of can see now where this is going. Generation of Jacob, right? Then he mentions let me just say this. The Canaanites were called by the Greeks Phoenicians and Ethiopians. Interesting, right? But yet he's relating. Okay, so here goes here. Yeah, he's relating the Israelites now with Ethiopia, Cushites, You know, he's like just bringing up a bunch of different things. All right, let me just kind of go to the point. And I wish I wouldn't have restarted that thing. And I can understand why. Probably this damn demon. I had it marked down pretty good too. Let's see. The city of Tyre and Zidon were founded by blacks. We know that. And language is the same as the Canaanites, or who were the same as the Canaanites. We know that. Okay. But see, I'm not saying that. He's saying that in 1944. This guy, a black guy is saying that the Canaanites, who were black with frizzy hair like him, okay, are the Phoenicians. The Queen of Sheba, now he's mentioning that. Daughter of Joktan, the Ethiopian, gliding through the ancient cities of kingdom, Ethiopia. So here he goes into a bunch of different things. So now let me show you something. Man, I wish he wouldn't have done that. That just bothers me. Let me do this. I'll do this. All right, here goes. I'm going to go quick on this because, all right. So here we see the generations of Esau, the red people, Canaanite woman, Esau. He's breaking this up here. Then he mentions Esau with the Indians. Considers them red people, right? He's talking about who Esau had kids with. Now he says, this is the interesting part, that supposedly the first people that were considered, well, yeah, in the Bible, it's dukes were Edom, right? So now he connects dukes with chiefs. But little does this little dumb 5'4" Negroes think that way before this, Medici, who looked just like him, was called Duke. Now check this out. There's a lot of this Indian part here, but I'm gonna get to the point. Let's see. Indians, 246. Here goes right here. I'm gonna remind you guys of this. Remember what he says. The descendants of Ham, I have generally given the name of Ethiopians, blacks with frizzled or curly hair. That wasn't me. Let's see. It has ancient oceans of the sea. I apologize, family, for this. I really did have this already set. Okay, so let's get to certain prayers. Okay, here it goes right here. In Antiquity of America. America was first settled by Israelites, Indians, who came out of Egypt. Like, okay. The View of the Hebrews by Ethan Smith. So now here's where it gets really stupid on his part. I've showed you guys Ethan Smith, his book. And Ethan Smith references James Adair, which James Adair clearly shows that the natives here were a variety of color and that we darken ourselves in most cases because of where we lived. America was discovered by Columbus in 1492 and was people by colonies in 1620 from Europe. The first settlement in New England was made in Plymouth in the midst of the fertile country. The Egyptians were an Ethiopian people. You see this here? He just said the Indians came out of Egypt. Then he says the Egyptians were an Ethiopian people. What do you think he means? That the Indians were Ethiopian, like Egyptians, which is why you have that other dumbass Negro going around saying that the natives here didn't build shit, that it was other people. You see where this is going? Wabos, Kemets, and the BHIs. This is what you guys are allowing to leak through the brains of your so-called brothers and sisters. Let's get to the point. The present state of Judah and Israel. This is where the teaching came from. One West, stop fucking lying. Man, just stop lying, man. You guys didn't bring new shit. You got this damn teaching from this book here. He assembled the outcasts of Israel and gathered together the dispersed of Judah, the black Jews of Kohen in the East Indies. You see this? Dr. Buchanan gives an account of the Most High speaks of gathering his ancient people from the east and from the west. Informs us that the black Jews have a tradition that they arrived in the East Indies not long after the Babylonian captivity. Now, this is where Nate and all of these One West indoctrinated dummies did not like this teaching because it takes them away from Africa. You see this? So here is where he is trying to say now that because people in India are dark-skinned, that they're Africans like him, like the Africans here. Okay? That's what he's suggesting. That's what he's suggesting. Do you understand what's going on here? So let's continue so you'll see what I'm talking about. These are the Jews who abounded in the eastern and western Persia and in the days of Ahazor, Hamat, Ahazors then reigned over 127 provinces from India to Abyssinia or to Ethiopia. The Jews appear to have been scattered in all provinces. Thence these black Jews became planted in India, which I was showing y'all in my classes regarding the migration. The book that Nate the Snake likes to use but doesn't show the map that there were several synagogues in India. I share that. This is nothing new to me. This doesn't affect me because I see right through. But here, this is what the teaching that stopped because it doesn't apply to you. Black Jews in Hindustan, having descended from the 10 tribes, called themselves Jews. The 10 tribes of Israel were threatened by the families, blah, 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 blah. So here he goes. The Hindustan people, dressed in a manner resembled to those that are not distinguished from them. I'm sorry. These people in dress or manner resemble the natives so much as not to be distinguished from them, but by attentive observation and inquiry. You see this? So they're saying that about them, and they're saying that about the people here. They have some Hebrew names and local terminations. Some of them read Hebrew. Their common language is Hindu. They keep idols, worship them, and use idolatry ceremonies like the Hebrews, or intermix with Hebrew. The children, their circumcision in their children. They call themselves Yehudi. They say Arabian Jews are their brethren. Check this out. They say that Arabian Jews are the brethren. Grant this to the fact that they, no doubt, are the descendants of Judah. Okay. And then they say they expected a Messiah, and that when he comes, he will go to Jerusalem, whither they shall return to the dispersed no more. Should they prove to be thus, they may be descendants of the small part of Israel, who stayed behind according to the Indian tradition. See now, you see this now, family. So when I started finding things out about our migration and similarity to my migration, I didn't go by what these guys are assuming. I went by what I found. The similarities, similar things as we migrated from east to west. But see, here these guys, in this time, they're saying, as best as we can reach, we can be, they're black, so that means we're black, so we're Judah. That's exactly what they're doing. When you go through this entire book, you find out how twisted some people can be. So far away from a heritage that doesn't belong to you, that you're willing to just, I don't know, man. This is so interesting. Check it out. The African Jews, they may be asked how came they Jews? Josephus informed us that the nation that in the name of Africa were derived from Abraham by Keturah, by whom he had 6 sons. What? Somebody tell me that. Now Abraham the Jew contrived to settle his sons and grandsons in his colony, and they took possession of troglodytes and named it Africa. Really? You see what I'm saying? The black Jews of Hindustan, meaning from India, call the Arabian Jews brethren. But see, they're saying that Arabians were also black, remember? Then he brings up Ethiopian unto me. Israel shall return and come to Zion, the city of God. We, the Indians and Ethiopians, say to that their fearful hearts, be strong, fear not. Behold, God will come. This right here is what he means, us Negroes and us Indians. See what I'm saying now?
Who are you?
This man here is teaching them because he thinks he's a native. Because his mom got raped, sold into slavery. So check this out. Here's where it gets interesting. So we're seeing this like, okay, cool. So now here it goes. The claim of posterity. The claim of posterity. It is natural and scriptural that the posterity of great men be called after their father, down to the latest generation. The Hebrew are called after Heber, their great father, from whom all the Hebrews descended. The Israelites are called after their great father Israel. The Jews are descendants from Judah and their great father, and are called after him in Africa and Asia. So check this out though. The Edomites or Indians are descendants from Edom and Esau, and are called after their great father.
Who are you?
You see now? So there's two Indians here. The Indian tribes of America. Columbus' discovery of America was inflamed and with a love of we saw among the natives, and declared in communication to the king and queen of Spain that there was not a better people in the world than these, none more affectionate and mild. They loved their neighbors as themselves, always speaking and smiling, and using every person with kindness. De las Casas, who spent much time in Spain, says of the natives, we understand these stories here. We know what's up. The natives are said to have been free from the European vices of blasphemy, lying and stealing, and to have lived in peace until the Europeans came along. Like Judas with a kiss, the natives they betrayed. Arguments in the favor of the Native Americans being the descendants of Israel, or Israel, whom ye have scattered among the nations. The Lord shall assemble the outcasts of of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah in the four corners of the earth. You see that? You see what I'm saying, family? What do you think they're saying is Judah here? Exactly. Nothing new under the sun. This is One West doctrine right here. This is in 1844. What has IUIC taught you? Shit. What has BHI taught you guys? Nothing. All they did was regurgitate something they read and said, this is what I feel like I'm going to do. And you know what's so funny? This idiot keeps quoting James Adair. And I've proven that James Adair understands what we look like and what we look like. Give me a second. The natives appear to have one origin. Their language appears to have been Hebrew. They have one tribe answering a variety of respects to the tribe of Levi. The Indian pyramids resemble the high places of the ancient Israel. They found phylacteries, and ancient Hebrew writings have been found in Israel hills. These arguments are supported by Baudelaire and James Adair. And look at the similar words. Look at the similar words. Oh, shoot. My bad. My bad. Look at the similar words, family. Yahweh, Silo. It's page 251. You guys can see it. We're almost through this. This is the origination of One West indoctrination. That's what it is. This is what it is right here. And this is what this right here is just kind of going through what James Adair had found. All these particulars that I've showed you shared with y'all before. There's nothing new. But you can see where their doctrine came from. He uses James Adair again. But what they're saying is that the real people The real Hebrews are, that's why the Wobbles feel the way they feel, and One West doesn't say shit to them because of this book here. They honestly think that it was some newfound prophecy. But these dumb, excuse me, I'm just going to say these dumb Negroes keep referencing James Adair, who initially said that the natives don't look like you guys at all. You don't look African. We didn't look African. We have thin lips, and we came in a variety of colors. So much so that sometimes we use that we would use bear oil and red shoot to darken our skin. But they keep saying in this book that the real people, that Judah is the Negro and Israel is the dark Indian. That's what they're saying. But what he's suggesting is, since he's half so-called Indian and half so-called black, that's where this whole concept came from. You see, he's repeating what these people have said about us before. And then he goes out to say these native inhabitants of South America and the same region and Indians of North America. So in the same breath, he's saying everybody all over the people here, everybody here, but you light-skinned Indians, you guys are the sons of Esau. He doesn't blatantly say it, but he's saying it. And whether you like it or not, Nate, the cop or ex-cop, the one that was, I guess, planted some fake shit on some people, and those guys didn't go to jail because of it. You trust that person? You trust him now? This is what he's touched on. Referencing James Adair, but in the same breath saying that the natives, like me, are not what he's talking about. He is selective in the sense that he uses James Adair information, but then he gets personal about his personal life because he's black, and his mom who was raped, and she's a native. So because, that makes sense. So they're oppressed. We're oppressed. You're writing books. I'm telling you this. If this is not shocking to you, then I don't know what is. Here is where it gets even more interesting, and I'll change it with this. Where are you at? Let me see. Did on page, kind of went all the way down. Let's see here if I can find it. The true Christians in this land are the Indians, then he says. So the Indians, or I should say, oh, here it goes. Let me see. Can I find it? I don't think I can. It's all good. Let me see if I can just get to it real quick. Rhetoric, where you at? Again, the book is called Light and Truth. And now that I brought this out to you, okay? Now you're going to start. Now, and I hope that what I share with you right now, this video, will make sense. Now, this video is a video I did a year and a half ago. And only 65 people watched it. I think they had like 3 likes. And I was showing basically everything, what I found. Let me show you this real quick before I play it. Let's see. Judaism. Many laws. Oh yeah, this is Here's where he goes into all the successful. Oh, here, yeah. Matter of fact, there he goes. Right here. Yeah, that's right. So let me share with you what pride and ego is. You see, when you're very prideful, when you got so much ego, that's how we catch you. Okay, here we go. That's it. All right. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. It is what it is. But
Anyhow, just to kind of go back to what these people over here are saying. Where are you? Oh, you disappeared on my end. I wonder why. Let me see if I can find you over here. Hold up. All right, so let's see what we got. For some reason, y'all couldn't hear me. Okay, so we have whoever that person was, and then Virginia is like, oh no, this guy, the one I Willie, you're being one-sided with this. I dig your research exposing Afrocentrics, but to claim your oppressor legacy in the mix with your own is plain insanity. Let me ask you a question, one eye Willie. What nationality are you, man? Are you a so-called Hispanic? And then also, what do you believe in? Because you people like to come to this channel and make fucking comments, say all kinds of shit, supposedly believe in something and not believe in something, but then you don't say what your nationality is and what your doctrine is. What do you believe in? Do you believe in white Jesus, black Jesus? What? Well, are you a native? What is it, man? And maybe it'd be nice to know that shit. You know what I mean? Because you guys are sure as hell ballsy coming over here, posting and making dumbass comments, not knowing history. You're saying I'm exposing somebody. I'm exposing what? The fact that blacks and Hispanics, I'm sorry, the fact that blacks and Negroes both came and conquered this land, and the fact that Hispanics are still being oppressed under their rules and regulations. Here you go, here you go. The real Mexicas got erased and replaced by Aztec Spaniards. Do you see what I'm saying, family? Isn't that the same shit that Christians said that God turned his back on the Israelites and he did away with them, so that's why he opened the door for everybody? Now you got an idiot saying, he goes, look, fuck nationality. That's why. Because you think you're white, you crackety crack. That's what it is. So you want to hear say white people civilize your ass, they turn you into a better Mexican, and that's why you subscribe to that doctrine. Matter of fact, do yourself a favor, bro. If you that ballsy, guess what? I'll give you the time of day. I'll give you the time of day. Hit the link. Because I got a lot of people showing up here and talking all this shit, thinking that they know their stuff. You're supposedly from the tribe of Simeon? Show me, prove to me. But didn't you say that you're from the tribe of Simeon? I'm a Dravidian asteroid. You know, that's a lot. So you're saying you're from India, Austria, Africa, right? That's what you're saying, One Eye Willie. I told you, bro, y'all Negroes have the same doctrine. It's the same stupidity. You're going to go, you don't even relate to those people. You don't look at those people. You don't talk like those people. Your spirit don't even move like those people, bro. Really, Willie Lynch, bro, you're alive just like the letter. Willie Lynch never came. Willie never sent the mail. He never sent the letter. You full of shit. And this is why I love the fact that you guys show up to this channel, because you embarrass yourself. You come boastfully, want to claim all kinds of stuff. I give you the link to post something. Let's talk like men. And you don't want to hit the link. Instead, you say, my people have records of old world, and they were related to the Maya. Which people? Which people? Which ones? Are you people from India? I did a whole report on it, man. We relate a lot to those gente more than you probably even know it. Nah, I don't think he's a Mayate, bro, because a Mayate likes men and acts like he's a man. I don't think he's gay. I think he's just dumb and sold and like lost. That's what I think. But hey, continue to watch One Eye Willie. Maybe one day you'll get the understanding of what that elephant actually means. Here you go. Fun nationality, wanna be Spaniard. Who says I even want to be that? Hey, you know what's funny? I'll bet you've never done your DNA, but I'll guarantee you one thing. If you were accused of a crime, you'll run to DNA to prove that you weren't that criminal. See, there you go. You're being Eurocentric. I love it. I love it. Yo, listen. Yeah, you're a straight black man in America acting like he's somebody else. Bro, listen, one West Africans. We understand your spirit. Yesterday we had a guy that said he's from East Africa and straight exposed himself being West African. I don't mess with Eurocentrics or African Afrocentrics. Well, you sound like them, bro. That's the sad part. What is a Tamil descendant? You mean Tamal? You're a Tamal descendant? Let's continue, family. Just another show. Just another idiot. Enjoy it, because we're not done yet. I'm gonna show you something else that's gonna smash him too, so he can understand exactly what happened. Because apparently these Negroes really think that all the slavery and the reparations completely belongs to them. They don't even realize that they were enslaving natives and white folks, just like black folks as well. Y'all are dirty too, man. Anyways, let's continue real quick. Hold on a second. Let me switch this screen. Hold on a second, family. All right.
Because here we're going to see how, at this moment, I knew that it was a downfall. Because here we're going to see how there was a lot of Africans who had it good. Don Juan Latino, an African, was a distinguished teacher of Latin language in Seville in Spain during the last century. John Capitain, an African, was born in Africa and was carried to Holland, and there employed himself in painting. He acquired the elements of Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Anthony Williams Amo, an African. He was born in Guinea, brought to Europe when he was very young. He pursued studies in 1734 while we were getting enslaved, while we were getting our lands taken. Remember the global Indios who were going to court looking to get freedom under court? Great philosophers. Lakmak, an African, distinguished man, a prophet, I say, wise, so to speak. Argo, an African, 1730. Wisdom, Job Ben Solomon, an African, 1730. Captain Paul Coffey, an African. So check this out. This is how this happens, okay, dummy? I'm gonna show you how this happens. So for all you wobbles, pay attention why you may have a mama or somebody with so-called high cheekbone or like thinner nose or whatever, right? Or what some people call good hair. I'm gonna tell you why. Captain Paul Coffey. This is a famous man, by the way. Look him up. An African, youngest son of John Coffey, was sold in this country as a slave. No, servant. In time, he obtained freedom through emmanuation because it was only for a period of servitude. Afterwards, purchased a farm. When you purchase a land, something comes with the land. And having married one of the native Indians, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. Eloquently, don't even mention how the Indians got there. You see how he puts his foot in his stupid mouth? He afterwards purchases a farm and having married one of the native Indians, brought up a family of 10 children respectfully on one of the Elizabeth Islands. That's why you dummies look like that. You still blackety black, like an African. There's no changing it. And we know because of your spirit. In 1773, you were buying all women and land that don't belong to you, that the white man took and allowed you to buy. Or was he white? Go ahead and please boast about your success. David Walker. How is it that you guys are supposedly suffering? In the same breath, you're saying you're the people of the Bible, but in the same breath, you're showing how supposedly you're oppressed, but good writer, Boston, Massachusetts, highly esteemed, wise man. William Apes, here's an example. Minister of the gospel of Christ, O Israel, or Indians, my people, like the prophet of old, he was constrained to cry out. Why? Because his mama. Not because of you and I, my family. You see this? Israel or Indians. You see this here? That's where that comes from. This is why it didn't work. So now, I guess we got to do the 12 tribe. We got to redo the 12 tribe, Hawk. We got to do the 12 tribe, Hawk. Proverbs 16:18. Pride goeth before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. You're damn right. In his history of the native tribe of Indians, he shows his talent, his knowledge of scripture, and wrong inflicted people by his nation. You see this? So this is the only time they reference it because he was black. Like culomiados like to say, black. Faggot. Sorry, I think he is. Black. So the only reasoning in him is because he was black and Indian. So now he felt the pain. Prior to that, he didn't give a shit. These are facts. Look, female writers. Cornelia, Hypatia, Phyllis, 17961. We couldn't even read, family. No right. Remember that? 1765. Remember, partis equitur ventrum was to enslave our native sisters, not black women. You see it here. Why? Or else this wouldn't be happening. Because it says there that native women could go in slavery. Why would you let them not go in slavery? They're black. 1772. She, college, New Hampshire, publisher, Phyllis. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. Look, certificate given to her by the governor of Massachusetts. African genius. Please keep boasting about your success and under our demise. In the eyes of the beholder, I don't know how you guys can agree that we had the same experience. So now the ancient Arabians, the people of color, bam, here we go. Anyways, as you can see, family, this book here is a heavy-duty book. I highly suggest to read it. You know what I'm saying? I highly suggest to read it. But because we're going to move on, I got this to show you.
All right, so check it. I'm about to switch this real quick. Yeah, that's funny, man. It's funny that this guy comes over here, and you know what? The last few days, VTC, you probably know this too, and Warakuya, we have a lot of different people coming online and making stupid comments and shit. Like for example, he said, and I'm not gonna read this right now, but he said, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, he's none of that, right? So now let's read this. What y'all don't get is Negro is Ham, the Nordic is Japheth, and Shem is a mixture of both. The Spaniard is descendant of the sons of Noah. You're giving too much credit to the Jew invaders. No Jew invaded anything. That's where you're wrong. Because you came in with that concept of Sephardic shit. Hey, you're here. Oh, perfect. Hey, fam, listen, my son's here. Let me go ahead and kind of move on to the next one. And then I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Got his surgery. It looks like everything went well. All right, hold on.
Jobs. Get the hell out of here, man. That's the stuff that bothers me, family. I'll tell you what, man. I don't get angry like I used to. But this is the type of things, man, that I know that a lot of you guys are probably frustrated. So let's read this real quick. So, 2 Maccabees 6:13. Thanks, bro. For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time. Like that dumbass broad. Yeah, you with the fake ass hair. That's right, you ghetto ass 5 kids from like 7 men. Because that's your story. That's that a wicked woman is given to as a portion to a wicked man. These women have the highest divorce rate, and then they want to complain. You got to see the spirit. You guys want to say, "Oh, you're too harsh." What? Oh, now we got to be politically correct now. Well, it's okay to say illegal aliens, spics, wetbags, beaners. It's okay to say all that. It's okay to say we're murderers, we're thieves. It's okay to blame us for fentanyl, when in reality it was a fake Jew, Shackler, whatever your name is, the one that created oxycodone. That was a fake Jew. It was so-called Israeli. He started the whole demographic of people dying. Watch the movie or documentary Painkillers. And now they want to blame the so-called Mexicans for something you fake people created? Nah, man, you ain't getting away with it. It's amazing how fast this exposure came within the past week. All their connections, all priests, the most high. Yeah, man. All praise that. I guess it, John, 1 John 4:1. Let me read this first. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirit, test the spirit to see whether they are from God. Just like Isaiah 1:8-20. If they don't speak according to the law, that means there's no light in them. Cállate la boca, pinche pendeja. Imagine me going out there teaching, fam, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, you black bitch. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Imagine me saying that, because that's what you said, Alizar, or Eleazar, or Cigar, or whatever the hell you are. Gorilla, white ass monkey fool. Because you don't know whose mom that is, man. That's the thing. You don't know whose mom that is. And if it is somebody's mom and they see it, man, I hope they don't take it easy on you. Let's put it that way. Because that's total disrespect of our people. I know you don't see us as your people, because if you saw us as your people, you wouldn't talk to her like that. That's right, Jude. If you read the Bible, it says some with fire and others with compassion. Don't you guys preach that women shouldn't be teaching? Oh, they're the weaker vessel. But yet you measure to this old woman as if you're a woman yourself. You literally acted like a child, like a girl, because girls do that. Oh, it's not my fault. I know you are, but what am I? Oh, it was your country, but it's my country now. That's Bible? Y'all give this young kid your money? Are you guys that dumb? Are you grown men? This is stupid. You got grown men older than me in these rooms. He's talking shit to probably your mama. That could have been your mom. How do you know it would have been your mom? But nah, hey, here's my brother. How do you fucking know? You don't know nothing about that guy. And now we know everything about them. James 3:10, out of the same mouth proceeded blessings and curses. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. You see what I mean? That's fire right there, bro. Because when you look at the video like that, man, I got to see it again, man. I'm going to see it again. You know, I need you guys to really absorb this. And all you idiots that are in these rooms, bro, y'all stupid. Y'all dumb. I got no respect. I got no respect for you men, you so-called Hispanics, you so-called Mexicans or Cubans, Puerto Ricans that are in this room with this idiot, where he's taking your money. Okay, look like I don't know who made that design. That somebody made it. And as a matter of fact, if you pay attention to these designs, that's some shit right there. That's an eagle. Those are wings. And that right there in the center, that's Greek shit right there over his head. And that's a sword. If you guys are still in these rooms, you grown men, older than me, if you're young, you're stupid. Hopefully you listen. But if you're older, like my age, 40, 50, 35, whatever, and you're still in these rooms, bro, you deserve what you come. You deserve what the Most High is going to do to you. It's like Lazarus. Yeah, y'all have it good. Cool. That's cool. Sounds good. Yeah, just like Maccabee said it. 2 Maccabees 6:13. For it is a token of great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Lest that being come to the height of sin, reward, he should take vengeance on us. Meaning, if you guys follow what they're doing, if you're dumb Mexicans out there trying to teach like these idiots, you listen, it's just a matter of time. And like you said, bro, in this week, it's amazing because it's coming. Like, listen, when the flood, the Most High talks about water. When it comes and it floods, it's gonna flood, and it's not gonna hold back anymore, at all.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Numbers chapter 15, verse. It's a free country. This was your country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me.
Free country. Now it's our country. Huh. Again, it goes back to my point. Partris sequitur ventrum. So this spirit you see on this Canaanite or Edomite or Orionite, however you want to call him, that same spirit is partris sequitur ventrum spirit. I'm telling you, it all makes sense now.
Pinche idiota, vamos, man, vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk. Like, when the f*** you thought was gonna happen? There are people that pack into churches every Sunday to worship this white boy. We know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom.
Right, hey, men, women, and child are a bunch of devils.
That's right. The white woman and that white black child is the devil. You're a god devil. That's what. You god cave dog.
Hey, they hate. Yeah, I know what you mean, bro. They hate women, but they hate their own the most. You don't talk to people like that. Nah, bro. You know, I don't care if, especially when they're older, man. Like, you don't do that to our gente, bro. That's you just don't do that, bro. I don't know how you even think that you can. So now let's get back to the point. Now, but this is what we were taught, family. This is what we were taught, right? We all know this is what the whole concept of history it is. Evolution of slavery in Virginia, 1619. Oh, as you will see below, historians agree that. Hold on, let me do this. Oh, sorry. It says that you will see, historians agree that the first 20 Africans landed in Virginia in 1619. What is in dispute is their exact status. So this is what we've been taught, that Africans were brought here in 1619, and that we had no clue who the hell they were. Typical. That's not unnormal. All right. We know that, I don't know why I closed it, man. I should have done that. We know that we were told that they came on ships and that we weren't really involved in slavery, and that, you know, all of these so-called Negroes, you know, had nothing to do with slavery, and that it started in Jamestown, and it was 20 Negroes, and that, you know, conditions were always horrible. Now, check this out. But then it gets interesting here. Who knows when the first slave law was passed in the 13 colonies? Let me read that real quick before I continue. Proverbs 19:11. With his mouth, the godly man destroyed his neighbor. The godless man, I'm sorry. With his mouth, the godless man destroys his neighbor. But through knowledge, the righteous will be delivered. That's why you have to know how to speak to people. That's a great scripture, bro. Given this, even though we do not see the first statutory slave condition until 1660, we see its immediate antecedent, I guess. I don't know. I've never read that word, actually. It's weird. In several runaway slaves, serving cases occurred decades before the law of slavery appears. So here we see that for the first time, we see like a law about slavery in 1660. That's what we knew, and that white people did it, and they took them from Africa, and the white people did it to us, and that, you know, we were in slavery, and because we didn't know any better, and because we're stupid, you know, and that they had like a category, you know what I'm saying? Like they had certain slaves, and some were not slaves. And then now, yeah, like I told you, bro, I'm going to show you a little bit.
Okay, first of all, who the hell is saying that I'm a native and claiming to be Hispanic? Colonially, right? Because technically that's what happened. In case you know Spanish, because you make it seem like you know us. Ese fue el nombre que nos dieron los extranjeros. So when I speak to our gente, obviously I'm not going to say Hebrew because some of them don't know, and most of them don't, or Israelite, or anything about that nature. So I have to use a word that they're related or that is relative to their understanding, which is why I call Hispanics, so-called. I ain't trying to be no Hispanic because I know what that means. However, you, like my brother said, you blind genius, you want to sound so smart, but yet even within your own statements, you sound so dumb. And you see, you say, oh, I don't want to debate this guy because he's emotional. Look, man, this is very clear that you have no idea who I am. I got brothers in this channel that I talk to often, and they know that this is how I talk, whether I'm on the channel or whether I'm on the phone, whether I'm talking to my family or whether I'm just communicating. I'm expressive this way. That has nothing to do with anger. I'll sit there and talk to you. I'll talk to you. We could be cordial, but when you come in with an attitude, posting stuff on this channel without even knowing the history of what this channel is about, and then you want some kind of respect. It sounds pretty stupid. Hispanics and natives are the Hebrews. Yes, exactly. Because how else am I gonna let our gente know? Oh, let me just say indigenous. Indigenous to what? You can be indigenous to Africa, indigenous to Europe, indigenous to America. So I have to use words that they can understand and relate to. No, I'm not calling you anything. You called yourself that. You have the damn. You got an elephant, man. You use Bantu, and then you have your elephant. So, and I asked you, what is your nationality? And you can't answer me that. You said F nationality. So what else am I supposed to assume? You sound like a West African. You act like a so-called, supposedly person from India. But then you mentioned Bantu, and that's why you didn't like Mighty Guy. But you're still here. And I tell you, if you're when you say you're smart, right? Because I'm dumb. You say I'm dumb. And this is typical. When they hear a so-called Hispanic or Mexican or Mexica or Meshiacha, okay? Speak the way I speak, they assume that I'm white because y'all ain't used to hearing Raza talk this way. You're used to certain people talk this way, but you have no idea the demographics of that whole area that we're from. So before you come in here and start assuming stuff, why don't you listen first and then you'll get respect? You see, I tell brothers and sisters, bro, when I see people, I don't care what nationality you are, I'm going to be hesitant. When I listen to you, then I'm going to treat you the way that your spirit moves. But when you come with a moronic attitude, not knowing what's going on, not listening to the channel, making assumptions, posting shit, and then you're boastful, and I say, come and hit the link, and now you don't want to, you act like you don't know what it means, then you sound dumb. So do yourself a favor, one I Willie, or I will, I'll leave it alone. Just listen. How about we do that? We can start, let's start again, bro. Let's just start again. Forget about the time, man, whatever you're saying. Let's start again. Why don't you sit back, watch this class, watch a couple more, and then if you don't agree, come back and then say the shit you're saying. If you want to be respectful, if you want me to treat you respectfully, because I'm kind of not overwhelmed, but it's like, bro, y'all come with an attitude and then you want respect. It don't work that way, man. You gotta earn it, homie. You gotta earn it. That's the way it works. Let me switch now. Hold on a second.
And then now, yeah, like I told you, but I'm going to show you a little bit. And now we see this here. Okay, so the brother, whoever this is, whoever you are, all praise to the Most High. So I'm going to play it a little fast, and we're going to see some subtitles. Let me see how fast it goes, okay? Let me see. This is going to be to right here. So he's showing this guy. This is William Cooper and how he holds his hands, right? So masonry stuff. So now he starts showing this big ass forehead fool. Let's listen in. I don't think it's too fast.
So I tell people, you don't have to believe in the New Testament.
Whoa. That is fast. All right, let's continue.
In Christ, the people that the Bible is about, which is the Hebrew Israelites, the children of Israel. So I tell people, you don't have to believe in the New Testament in Christ, but at the end of the day, you can't deny your ancestry and your lineage. And your ancestry and your lineage goes further than the word Bantu, because Bantu means the people.
Whatever. At the end of the day, when we do the DNA of Latinos or indigenous Indians in Mexico, and we do the DNA of black people in the Americas, our DNA on the mother side and father side is always going to connect us back to sub-Saharan Africa with the Niger-Congo Bantu-speaking people. And we know that black people don't have wings and black people don't have gills like Aquaman. So how did they get to the Americas? And we know through history that the slave trades brought us to the Americas.
Now, this is not true, fam. DNA, if you want to believe it, does not connect us at all. Whatsoever. A1B1A and A1B1B, it's all over Africa. But here we start, see, this is where it gets a little tricky. Is he talking about the 12 tribes or is he supporting the wobbles? You see what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Raised 33 degrees. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees. I raised myself.
And I thought, well, if we're real Israelites, then what are people in Israel?
No, I got stopped right there. So, what age did this happen? This happened when you start really seeing the scriptures and saying, "Hold on, man, this might be us right here."
This happened like 2010 years ago, so I was about 33 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, 33 years old.
The Israelite organization bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America. And even though the movie and the books have been around.
And, you know, you guys got to think about it. They keep saying black and Hispanics, right? But where are you guys? Where are you Hispanics in this whole movement? No, shut up, Northern Kingdom. Y'all don't know shit, okay? Shut up. You guys are silly dogs. Let us Negroes handle it.
And selling on Amazon since 2015. It's time for Africa to get this information.
Bruh.
You have Israelites that believe only in the Old Testament. They believe, and you have those that believe in the New Testament and the Old Testament. You have those that, you know, believe certain books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not on this earth are a group of people. And so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
What's amazing is I went out there and I jumped the gun. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, Kyrie Irving.
Nathaniel, because there's been a lot of, you know, conversations about, you know, the situation with Kyrie Irving.
The world is truly a stage.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America.
A while. So, but why now? Especially now that we understand the heat is on now because of the Kyrie Irving situation. So, why now, Ron? You think because so you have to kind of question the timing as to why now.
I think his behavior is agent-like, and because, you know, the powers that be, they will use our own people to infiltrate.
Bruh.
Oh, I do this every day. Yeah, but you don't do it every day on video. And when you do it on video, it's throwing up hand signs to the Illuminati. You are not to do that. You are not to do any kind of Masonic, demonic hand gestures. Why can't you just keep your hand in your lap and talk when you're on video? Because you can't, because you're worshiping Satan. That's why. And so I put up these videos to show you the comparison with these same demonic you know, elders in churches, in the Christian churches, they're throwing up the hand signs, and you got these Hebrew Israelite brothers throwing up the same hand signs and gestures.
Oh my God, here we go.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
See, even after, like, now it's like, yeah, you got these heathen Israelite sellouts. No! Y'all are... All right, so anyways, so this is what we're not seeing in our faces, right? So now, let's find out about the first slave law. The first slave law was in Barbados Slave Code, okay? It was officially in 1661, officially titled An Act for Better Ordering and Governing of Negroes. How convenient, huh? How convenient of Negroes. That's so common. That's so common now. Like, oh, it's just Negroes. Nah, not at all. Okay? The slave code described black people as a heathenish, brutish, and uncertain, dangerous kind of people. You mean to tell me that you had to come up with slave codes in this continent when you already knew them back then? Weren't you enslaving them for a while? All right. So, but then again, now, let's look at this. Partis sequitur ventrum, okay? And it was in 1662 when the law was passed, a Virginia royal colony. Who was a king at this time, you say? King James IV. That might have looked like some of these guys here. I already showed you guys, right? So now, but whenever you see partis equitur ventrum, you don't see our people. You see Hamites, Canaanites, not Israelites. I know you guys like to believe that, but I think it's a portion of you are, but hardly any of you. Hardly any of you. Partis equitur ventrum, that which is born follows the womb, was a legal doctrine passing colonial Virginia, okay, was originally chartered in 1584 and established in 1585. Who was in charge? Who was chartering this? King James, the so-called black dude that supposedly authorized the Bible translation. So in 1662 is when you see the actual first practice of partis equitur ventrum. But see, here's the funny part. When I first started learning this, well, partis equitur ventrum to all the 13 colonies. You see? So let me show you something. Learn 13 colonies. One you need to learn 13 colonies map.
Okay. All right. So we got our brother over here. Thank you for showing up, my brother Mighty Guy. My brother is Pakistani. He is not Australian. Okay. So check it out, my bro. Listen, listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you this. In case you don't know, I did a class on migration from east to west, right? And it shows how our gente has a lot of relations to the people from the east to the west. If you look at Arabs, Asians, India, all the way towards like Arsharith, the corner of Russia, right? And if you look at the so-called, I'm going to use Hispanics, because again, I'm using colloquial words to understand each other. Then we look the same. You know what I mean? Like we tend to have that. Now, I'm going to throw one at you. In case you don't know, there are los voladores de Chiapas. Okay. Now, in India, you guys have the same thing. You hang yourselves from a pole, tie something in the back, and you spin around. You do the same thing. Okay. Now, another book that I have from a bishop called Valera, he also said, listen, I don't believe these Hispanics, again, or, indigenous people are Hebrews. I believe that they're more Chaldeans because of their traditions and blah, blah, blah. But we know that Abraham, Brahma, came from the Ur of the Chaldees, that they actually were from the Brahmin tribe. Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, Buddhism. Bro, listen, I study this stuff. It's not like I don't know. So what I'm going to do you a favor, okay? Because you keep saying the Jews. Well, those people can't even prove that they're Jews. Here, I'll show you real quick. Check this out. This is from a book called A New Voyage to Italy, okay? Written in 1739. Mind you. A New Voyage to Italy with curious observations on several other countries as Germany, Switzerland, Savin, Geneva, Flanders, Holland, blah, blah, blah. Okay? On page 131, okay, he goes into a description of the understanding. So check this out. Now, if you give this to the BHIs, they'll love it. They'll be like, yeah, you see, that proves that we're the Jews. No, it doesn't prove a damn thing. What it does prove is that, hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger. What it does prove is that you guys can't prove that you're the people of the Bible. So it says here, watch this. I'll stay on page 139. This is written in 1739. Remember this. From a Christian, meaning a so-called white man. He says, the Jews at Rome are very poor. Matter of fact, I'll skip to it. This is also a vulgar error, that the Jews are all black. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews, who marrying always among one another, beget children like themselves, and consequently the swarthiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, even the northern regions. But the Jews who are originally of Germany, those, for example, have been at Prague, are not blacker than the rest of their countrymen, right? So he's saying this, and you're like, oh man, see, they're Jews. They're Jews. No, they're not. Check this out. He says that he went around and asking them to speak certain words in Hebrew, page 140. I have, however, been willing to take care to satisfy you in asking several of their rabbis in Germany and Italy about what you desired, with making them read some periods in Hebrew, Paleo, distinctly, not Jiddish, to observe how they pronounce it. Without long time, Here, entering again into the particularities of your question, I will tell you that I have forgotten nothing, and that I have drove my curiosity further than yours. So he's telling this person that sent him, listen, when you sent me, it was an assignment. But now, because of what I'm finding, I'm even more curious about this. Then he says, having not forgot the diverse doubtful things that are marked in their grammar, or which are the results of different opinions of the grammarian. Here it goes. The answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair is that these Jews, black and white, Sephardics and Ashkenazis, Sephardics and Khazars, that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to a Christian, meaning the European, the Gobs, the Franks, the Vulgars, all of them that were there before the invasion of Arab in North Africa went in 711 AD? Okay, remember that. You got to know your history. And indeed, what could they say to a Christian that the Christian do not already know, as well as they? Have they any secret source or any immediate revelation? Shh. Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are a poor sort of creature, so filled with false notions that they assume that they're the Jews and they're not. So filled with false notions, meaning they lie. They don't even know who they are. So conceited of their monstrous ideas that they really believe that they're the real Jews. That's why they're in Palestine killing a bunch of innocent people. And that's why you have a lot of BHIs here claiming to be Jews. They're filled with this false notion, this conceited, monstrous idea that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. Those are facts. Those are facts. And that's why when you have this concept of certain people calling themselves Hebrews, and then you're saying that they went in there and hurt your gente, yeah, they did. But those were not Hebrews, my bro. Those were converts, hateful individuals from Psalms 83. But again, let me digress at this moment. Let me continue with the class. I did this for you, bro. I like that you're here. I like it. But we got to really know what we're saying, because I'm not against you. Matter of fact, I'm not against you at all, man. I've already done the East and West connection. I already showed how some of our people in Mexico government knows that we have some real correlation of the same people. Why do they call you guys East Indians and they called us West Indians? You got to be mindful, bro. But again, our traditions change. Our migration has become very, very clear. So there is a lot of admixture. But to say that 99.9% of the Europeans came and got rid of us, bro, that's some shit. And that's pretty ridiculous. But anyways, let's continue, man. Let's continue, because I think this is a good point. We all got to learn, bro. Let's go.
There it goes right there. Okay, so here's the 13 colonies. You know, Florida isn't part of it. All this, Florida is not part of it. Then you start seeing Texas, Louisiana, Georgia. I don't know all the maps. I don't know all the states. But it was 13 colonies at this time. That means the so-called British or Europeans were just here. Here. So who was over here? You see, when you look back at history, when the 13 colonies, the British or the so-called Americans here separated from Britain, they promised not to invade further than 13 colonies. So now we know that the 13 colonies was from where to where? The 13 colonies began. The first 13 colonies founded along the eastern seaboard in the 17th and 18th century, between 1600 to 1700. Okay. That's what we see here. So a lot of you so-called African Americans, you guys don't realize this. You guys forget about all that. You think partisan intervention with all black people? Oh, no. Not at all. So now, let's look at this. Matter of fact, I'll even let somebody help us here real quick. one of their own, so you can see.
A common characteristic for the first illustrious so-called African Americans to rise into prominence was a melanin-deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, partus sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed-race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the will always to ventrum. That to prominence was a melanin-deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, partus sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed-race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker-skinned counterparts. In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law. Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free and were counted among free people of color. White men were freely allowed to abandon or kill their children without recourse, solidifying their position as the first deadbeat dads in American history, to the point that many of the most notable so-called black men in history, like Frederick Douglass and Booker T.
Yeah, he
Washington,
says he can give me people
never
to train.
even knew who their
That
white
can give me
fathers
claims to work them.
You heard it. It wasn't from me. So the 13 colonies, which is Virginia, colonial law,
Sorry
meaning
about
that
that, fam.
Florida was of Spain, and so was all this territory. This part was of France. I think France was right here. But all of this was Spain, and it was natives. That's what it is. Let me show you this real quick. This is interesting here, okay? Slavery in colonial history in the United States. Slavery in the colonial history in the United States refers to the institution of slavery as it existed in the European colonies, which eventually became part of the United States, okay? 13 colonies right here. You see? Florida's not part of it. Florida's not. Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York. That's the original 13 colonies. And every single one of these colonies had slaves. Now, the question is, who were the slaves? We know that Spanish, French, Dutch, and English all gradually started coming here. But French and Portuguese were the first ones to initiate slavery. Now, we know Portuguese were the very first ones to start enslaving people in Africa. But we also know that Portuguese weren't white. Neither was Christopher Columbus. He was Swati. Now, here's the funny part, okay? This is how they get away with this discovery of doctrine. Native American enslaved members of their own and other tribes, usually as a result of taking captives in raids and warfare before and after Europeans arrived. How convenient, huh? Talks about expeditions and all that, but the funny part is in this very same article, it actually talks about Nathaniel Bacon's actions in Virginia during the late 1670. If you guys look him up, he hated our people. They also provided soldiers. No, I'm sorry, let me read it. In 1676, the Virginia Assembly granted Bacon and his men what equated to slave hunting license by providing that enemy Native Americans caught were to be enslaved for life. For life. They also provided soldiers who had captured the Native Americans with the rights to retain and keep all such Indian slaves or other Indian goods as they had taken and hereafter shall take. By this order, the assembly had made a public decision to enslave Native Americans. In the years to follow, other laws resulted in Native Americans being grouped with other non-Christian servants who had imported to colonies, Negro slaves as slaves for life. Puritans, Virginia, Spanish, Florida, and the Carolinas engaged in large-scale enslavement of Native Americans. New England, Virginia, Spanish, Florida. Who conquered Florida? Narvaez. Black. Yeah. All of these guys, they were what? Interested in enslaving Native Indians. Okay? The first Africans are stop lying. We know that's a lie. Once again, let me touch on this so you can be clear. That which is born follows the womb. The law before in Britain was that if your father was free, then you'd be free, not of your mother. But never do they mention our women in this. It actually says in 1620, a group of 20 odd Negroes were landed in the colony of Virginia. They had been captured from Portuguese slavers. The Portuguese having begun the Atlantic slave trade. And we know that Portuguese were swarthy and black. But see, never in this moment do they mention our women being the ones. As they hint it, they reference it. But never do they really put it in your face. They can't. And they never will. I'm going to show you this real quick. Now let's get into the books. See, y'all see, man, I don't lie about this stuff, man. The free, bro. Watch this real quick. I hurt some feelings, but I'm not here to caress your feelings. Let's see. This is on the Free Negro in Virginia, 1619 to 1665. It says here, were any or all of these Negroes permitted to realize the freedom to which servants were entitled under the laws and customs of servitude? In the records of the county courts dating from 1632 and 1661, Negroes are designated as servants, Negro servants, or simply as Negroes, but never in the record, which we have examined, were they termed slaves. Hold on a second. They were never termed what? Gotcha, bitch. Slave. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. But an order of general court, a Negro brought the West Indies to Virginia in 1625, was declared to belong to Sir Francis Wyatt, then governor, as his servant. There is nothing in the record which indicates that servants meant the same as slaves. Among the 23 African servants enumerated in 1624 was a Negro man named Anthony, and we know who this guy is, and a Negro woman named Mary, serving under different masters. In the court county records of Northampton, the date February 28, 1652, as the following order. Okay, we see this here. Let's continue. Page 25 of the same book. Subtracting 30 or more years from 1652, the date of this court order, we find that Anthony Johnson and possibly the woman who became his wife were inhabitants of Virginia before 1622. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigned to him in fee simple 250 acres of land. Hold on a second. What, 18 a slave? How the fuck do you got this much land? Excuse me. Didn't mean to cuss, family. I'm really working at it, fam. I'm gonna try to cuss not today, okay? I'll really work on it. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigning to him a fee simple 250 acres of land. Y'all know how much 250 acres of land is? Here, I'll show you. How many? Well, first of all, how much is 200 acres of land? That's about 200 acres of land, fam. Okay? How many homes you think you can fit in there? Yeah, I understand, bro. Don't trip, man. I got you. Okay? So anyways, let's continue. 250 acres of land or on the records of a suit which he maintained in a court county in 1655. Then it says, after 1643, terms of service for servants brought into the colony without indenture or covenant to testify their agreement were fixed by law at 4 to 7 years, the period varying somewhat with usefulness of the servant. So perpetual slavery, not at all to you black folks. So far we see there was something as indentured servants for black people. The variation in the term of service for Negro servants appears to have been greater than the variation for white servants. In 1651, head rights were allowed upon the importation of a Negro by the name of Richard Johnson. Only 3 years later, a patent calling for 100 acres of land was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. So every time y'all brought your people, did the white man give you the land or did you give yourself the land? Or was there no such thing as white or black at that time? It was either European, African, or Native. And I'm starting to wonder now, who really enslaved who? Because you guys say that Africans enslaved you and sold you. But I'm starting to think that you guys actually, you European blacks, you guys were enslaving the Africans from over there and bringing them here. No wonder a lot of them don't like you guys. They know what tribe you are. And the problem is, you don't know what tribe you are. Only 3 years later, a patent called for 100 acres of land that was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. Now, how did you get this land, Negro? Hence, it appears that Richard Johnson came in as a free Negro or remained in a condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. What the hell? A Negro who came to Virginia about 1665. Remember, Partus Equitur Ventrum was already established. But we see free Negroes getting land through headright programs. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, let's continue. Then it says, it appears from a certain indenture to be found on records that the term of service to which a Negro might be bound could be for almost any number of years. In the following agreement, for example, the term was 10 years. But it thought fit and assembled unto Mr. Steph Charlton in court that John Honorable, I guess, G. Hammer, that John G. Hammander, Negro, his servant, shall from ye date thereof serve ye Mr. Charlton, his servants and assistants until the last day of numbers, as well as we should see for the years of our Lord. 1658, and then ye see Negro is to be a free man. Another example of a contract of indentured Negro servants, the following extract from the Northampton County Court Records, 1645, quoted. We see here one thing that you guys ignore. That Negroes remain in condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. Not more than 3 years. And I'll show you this now. Now, I'm taking you through this process because I want you to pay attention, because once you start connecting these this history, Indian slavery. Indian slavery in Virginia. Okay? I'm sorry, Indian slavery. No, it's called Indian slavery in colonial. Okay? We're going to go to page 76. Watch this real quick. I'm going to show you something because this happens a lot to us. Okay? So watch. Remember, I just read to you Partus Victor Ventrum, you know, all these things, and we read that black folks weren't technically slaves, perpetual slaves. They were indentured servants, 3 to 4 years. Now let's read. They shall be slaves for their lives. This is from Indian slavery in colonial America. Okay? There's this book right here. Oh, no, that's not the book. But I'm going to read that later. It reads, second paragraph. These Indians were not indentured servants. Like Rawlinson, boy, Indians served masters not for 4 years or 7 years, but until they died, no matter how many years they might be. Indisputably, and by 1661, at latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. You Negroes were not doing that. You Negroes were getting away with head right program, and in 4 years, you were free as hell, and you were buying land. And remember, this is the 13 colony laws. So it was just you, black and white people. And you were enslaving our women. That's why you dumb wobbles that think you have native in you. It's because El Negro raped our women. So I guess be thankful in a sense that through rape, that you were the real mamsers. You see, we lost 2 people. Why? Because it hurts you. It hurts you. These are facts. So unless you don't like it, then hey, hit the link. Hit the link and prove me wrong. Or tell me that these books are lying. Because here we see that Indians were not indentured servants. No, undisputably, by 1661, at the latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. Judging from the deeds and wills of 1640s through 1660s, Indian servitude was generally something more than lifelong service. The children of Indian servants were also servants for life, born into that condition. Moreover, Virginia did not limit slavery only to Indians captured from distant Spanish territories by dubious allies or disruptible traders. Virginia, after decades of struggle for survival from 1607 until 1640s, was stabilizing, growing increasingly more powerful and secure. Remember what Thomas Jefferson said? As long as they continue to strengthen, hopefully we get weakened so then they can take over the whole entire land or continent. Still, there were occasional threats to security. By the 1650s and early 1660s, with trade opportunities and expanding, contact with distant tribes increasing, rather than hindering or limiting slavery, armed conflicts between colonists and natives provided justification for and rationalization of slavery. For example, in 1660, when Northumberland resident John Powell complained of damages occurred upon his state by unspecified Indians, the colonial legislator passed an act authorizing county commissioners to demand monetary satisfaction from all Indians living within the county bounds. If any of these Indians did not or were unable to immediately comply, then so many of them as the court shall think fit shall be apprehended, sold into a afferage or assurance, I guess, county. The governor and give me a second. And council subsequently appointed the authorized themselves to cause some of those Indians to be apprehended and to be accordingly disposed of. So now let's read here, okay? Yeah, I'll continue. This transpired some 16 years before Bacon's rebellion at an event cited by early scholars as a seminal event leading to the eventual but temporary enslavement of certain Indians, and perhaps most notably, 2 years prior to the Virginia First Legislative Act recognizing the condition of Negro slavery. Probably realizing a profit from the direct capture of sale of Indian slaves in 1660, as in 1646, the Berkeleyan administration sought with its Indian Slavery Act of 1661 to circumvent the growing power and influence of the independent traders. Again, in 1666, and barely a decade before the onset of Bacon Rebellion, Governor Berkeley issued an order against the Rappahannock River Tribe. Members of this tribe allegedly murdered some colonists in that section in violation of the Treaty of 1646, as mentioned before. With the 1660 and 1661 Retribution Act, aside from Partus Qui Ventrum, the General Court, Berkeley, presiding, declared that for revenge for the alleged murders and for the prevention of future mischiefs, the tribes would be prosecuted with war, and their women and children taken and disposed of according to such instructions as shall be issued from the right honorable governor. So all white folks buying, and who's selling our sister? This freaking Canaanite, you heathen right here. You better swallow that pill. You better swallow that pill. Examine yourself. Because I know this is going to be a very, very, very difficult thing to comprehend for you. But quite frankly, I'm glad you're going through it. Because you deserve it. You deserve it for all the lies. You and the other and the white heathens. Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve what's coming to you. This land was taken and destroyed families. And it's funny because this land here destroys families spiritually. The highest divorce rate in the entire world. Y'all getting what you deserve. I already read that. Let the blood. Here, let me show you this. Let me show you this page here. Let the blood stay pure. So let's talk about this term Negro, okay? Because I know that some people get offended, like, listen, that word don't even apply to you, black man. Let me get into this. The word Negro doesn't even apply to you. You took it, just like every culture vulture. It's awkward that you like, kind of like, oh, you're stealing black culture. Trap tea. Trap tea. They said that these Asians were stealing black culture because they called it trap tea, which is some gangster shit. Damn, bro, you steal everything. I mean, you buy their hair, their products. I don't get it. And then you even take whatever. Okay, let's do this. Due to the European broad use of the term Negro, it appears that the radical. Hold on, let me read it. It appears that the racial identity of the Negars brought ashore the James River in 1619 remains ambiguous as well. John Smith recorded in General Historia of Virginia about the last of August came a Dutchman of war that sold us 20 Negars. These 20 were stolen from a Spanish vessel by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. Remember who was responsible for the Dutch? King James. And remember, King James authorized the translation of the Bible in 1611, but yet the same Dutch company is enslaving Negroes. About the last of August came a Dutchman. These 20 were stolen from Spanish vessels by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. The names of 11 of the 20 captives had been preserved, which bear their Spanish affiliation. One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathedral, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. See that? One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathedral, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. Additionally, names were Anthony and Isabella, and there were also two other Anthonys, two Johns, Williams, Francis, Edwards, and Margaret. Those names may or may not have been anglicization of Antonio, but Juan, Guillen, Francisca, Eduardo, and Margarita. Now check this out. The use of the term Negar to describe the new arrival is not without significance. The Dutch adopted the term from the Spanish as they had no such equivalent in their own language. Remember, the Spaniards were Swati. The Dutch were Swati. The Portuguese were Swati. These were black people, or so-called Negros. But check this out. Well into the 18th century, the Dutch used more or Morion when referring to black Africans and not Negro or nigger. What? Similar to the Spanish, it appears that the Dutch use the word Negro as a general term for slaves, yet the early English definition of Negro remains ambiguous. It does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of free population in England and in Virginia having this classification. You see what it says? It said it does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of black people being free in England and in Virginia having this classification. In the Virginia colony, the colony legislation often used the categories Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes to describe free and enslaved people. For example, chapter 13 of a 705 a statute, which defines slaves as real estate, referred to all Negroes, mulatto, and Indian slaves. In 1723, the statute that established a number of free people as a titleable, referred to as all free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Was the term Negro, as used in the above statement, synonymous with Africans? Let's see. Stick around, fam. I'm gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna keep reading. The English in the 16th century were referring to people of Africa as Moors. The English in the 16th century, meaning from after 1492, 1500 through 1600, okay, were referring to people of Africa as Moors, not Negroes. Yeah, we're Moors. You Black Americans, you guys were Moors. They called you Moors. They never called you guys Negroes. The Negros, they used the word for Moreno. That's what Negro meant. Moreno. Not black. Afro, Asia, or Africanoid, whatever you guys want to call yourselves. Not at all. Okay? Let me get that for you real quick, bro. Matthew 5:26. Verily I say unto you, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthings. Let me get the translation on that. Matthew 5:26. Matthew 5:26 reads this, so you can just simplify it. There you will stay, I tell you, until you pay the last penny of your fine. Beautiful, bro. It says here, we're referring to people of Africa as Moors, and later as Blackamoors, Ethiopians, and Negroes. While the above 1705 statute referred to Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Another 1705 statute asserted, and for further Christian care and usage of all Christian servants, it is enacted that no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian or Jew, Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, shall purchase any Christian servant, except for their own complexion or such as we declare slaves by act. Now, these Christian servants were white. That means that people were allowed to purchase Negroes, mulattoes, Indian-looking people, and Christians, whites, poor white people. What is the interest here? What is of interest here is that the Virginia legislature defined Negroes and Moors separately. And the term Moors was used for people of African descent. Then, who were the Negroes in the above passage? The same question can be asked regarding the term Moor. It was also translated with great flexibility and could include people of Arab descent. In addition, Negro was not synonymous with black because it also encompassed brown.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
You guys don't read. Dear black people, you need to learn how to read. No offense. You really need to dig deep into your history because you got a Mexican over here telling you guys what you don't want to hear. This is where y'all come from. And you guys had it good until all these other lands here that you were taking, because supposedly the white man took it, but you benefited from it because you fought in every single war. Don't you guys say, we fought in every war? We built America. You built America on the backs of this native blood. That's what you did. Now I know why Habakkuk talks like this about you. Now I know why. Habakkuk 2:2, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Remember, you are running the hold on. Let me see if I can remember it. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. We're in Hebrews, Habakkuk 2:2, right? Remember, it says here, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. 1 Corinthians 9:24. Know ye not that they which run a race, run all, but one receiveth the prize. So run that ye may obtain. That's why it talks about you need to really know the Bible. You need to understand when you hear these things and they give it to you. Listen, the Most High is telling you, I just gave you something. Freaking run with it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end, it shall speak. We're seeing it now. The summer's nigh. And not lie, though it tarry. Wait for it. I know y'all getting been frustrated. Like, man, these guys are just like, no, just wait for it. Because it will surely come and it will not tarry. Just like Maccabees 6. Yeah, it looks like Most High is dealing with them. But he ain't. He ain't. Sorry, family. I'm a little hot here because it's hot in here. He ain't dealing with them. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it. Meaning, though it takes a while, just hold on. Just hang in there, okay? Just hang in there. Because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him. But the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. Remember? Talks about transgressed by wine. I can only translate this to like Revelation 1:14 and try to say that they drink wine and so that's why their eyes are red. Oh, yeah. Oh, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. And a lot of you cappers, y'all love to drink. Neither keep it at his home. I'm always at the club, who enlargeth his desires is hell. Meaning, I want to rule the world. And I want a bunch of women and a bunch of money. And is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gardeneth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people. All people. Which I'm looking for the word to him. Habakkuk 2:9. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the power of evil. Nah, we're the people of the Bible. Hey, you Hispanics are too. Nah. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sinned against thy soul. Woe, verse 12, woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. You trying to tell me it was just you? You trying to tell me it was just you? Hey, I'll praise it, bro. You're in the spirit. Trying to tell me it's just you? 13 colonies. Florida was conquered by black people. And like I showed you and I want to show you today that wherever the Spanish flag was, Negroes were there. Same book. Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. You see, brought to Virginia from North Carolina. North Carolina, Virginia. Okay? So now that, we brought Negroes from Africa. How convenient. A similar occurrence happened in New York from 1715 to 1736. A number of studies show that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia were listed as Negroes. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes Negroes well into the colonial and antebellum period. That's why y'all look like that. Hey, Shalom, bro. Thomas Sowell has videos talking about the same thing you're teaching on. All praises, bro. I don't know who he is. As you can see, an East Indian Negro man called Gene, a slave born, demonstrates the broad use of term Negro in Virginia. Now let me go to the bottom. No, here. The term Negro eventually became synonymous with the slaves in Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colonies, or Swati. And these were so-called Jews, Portuguese Jews that were black but couldn't prove they were Jews. Remember that book I showed you, The New Voyage to Italy, written in 1739, I believe. Then it says, nevertheless, although slave became virtually synonymous with Negro, Negro was not synonymous with African.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Wasn't synonymous, was it? No, it wasn't. These are facts. I'm not lying. There's a link. Let me find out who Thomas Sowell is, bro. Let me check it. Thomas Sowell. Oh yeah, he's been talking about it lately. I got to look at him again. I have a video on him about what he said about natives, and I was kind of blown away by him even assuming or even saying that. But yeah, I saw him around. He's been around for a while. He's way older than me. Let me get this one out. Okay, so now we're gonna go to this, fam. Africa's gift to America. And we're gonna look at the first, let's do this. Okay. Africa's gift to America. It says, I'll start here. They were as eager to sell as the whites to buy. Stronger chiefs made war on the people of weaker ones for captives. Some grew very rich and lived in great luxury. Two of the most notorious, Norberto da Salsa and John Ormond, were mulattoes with Christian rearing. Da Salsa, prince of slavers, better known as Chacha, was born in Brazil. John Ormond had been educated in England. Da Salsa lived in a place in Dahomey like a Maharaja. I know some stuff about these guys. I can't remember what it is. I'll dig it later. He had a harem drawn from many parts of the world. Captain Drake, American slave dealer, said that Chacha offered him the pick of them. You shall have French, Spanish, Greek, Circassian, English, Dutch, Italian, Asiatic, and American, or any other kind. Ship, slave, slaving, right? So who's this guy? This guy. That guy. Does he look white? No. The Salsa, slave mogul of West Africa. So here, most notorious of the slave traders. Oh, these guys, are you going to tell me that it's just their jigs, they're just jigs. They didn't know any better. They're just jigs, These fools are black. They ain't our people. Get the hell out of here with that shit, man. Give to America again. Y'all need to buy this book. It's expensive now. I was bringing it out last year. It costs more now. I don't know if it's because of that. But anyways, on this side of the Atlantic was Zephaniah Kingsley. Zephaniah is a Bible name. It sounds to me like black people knew something about the Bible at this time. 1765 to 1843 of Florida with his East African Negro wife. Both made an immense fortune for smuggling slaves from 1765. Remember, Spain had just lost Florida in 1763. So who were these slaves that they were smuggling? It would be cheaper to smuggle them from the land, right? Kingsley, who was related to Whistler's mother, was not only the richest man in Florida, but one of the richest in America and a powerful political figure. His ships brought in many thousands of Negroes, bought at 25 cents each. Remember the word Negro, though. We don't know if it's not synonymous to African. So what Negroes were these? Your mom and your dad. Esos negros, güey. There you go, that dude. Listen, man, I was reading about, dude, this morning or yesterday, I actually caught that. I got to find it. But anyways, that's a fact. So we read before. This is why I take you guys through a process so you can see so you can see what I see. I'm trying to put these books together because that's what you got to do. Even the scriptures say it with the scriptures, with the Bible. The scriptures say with the Bible, right? But when the Most High has that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, preach, not love, man. When he has that trust in you, when the wisdom kicks in, this is what happens. Isaiah 28:9. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Because doctrine is past, present, future, history, future, present, future, historical. Everything is doctrine is about our people of the history and how we're supposed to look at history and match it to the future. Then them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast, meaning those that are meek and disciplined, that actually showed me, those that I've taken, that have disciplined themselves with the little bit that I've given them I'm going to feed. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little. Just like you find how to read the Bible, you learn because the Most High teaches you how to read information in books. It's the same concept. So that's why I'm taking you guys from the beginning to this point, because we see now that initially it wasn't black folks being enslaved. Participes Ventrum was attached to our people. And now we're seeing that there was like 11 figure Negroes living in Africa at this time. This is a Negro right here. His ships brought in many thousands of Negroes bought at $25 each in Africa and sold in America, in the West Indies for $1,500. Once when U.S. Coast Guard captured 350 contraband blacks on Kingsley ships, the government, not knowing what to do with them, turned them back to him. Africa's gift to America. Let's continue. Africa's gift to America. It says here, 1526, the Allion was a party of 500, mostly Negroes. This guy was the one that went to Africa. I'm sorry, to Florida. And a few women landed in St. Eleanor in the Carolinas and started downward till they reached the mouth of James River, Virginia, where they started the colony of San Miguel, the exact site on which the English founded Jamestown. So you see this? In 1526, the Allion, look him up. He is a African conquistador with a party of 500, mostly Negroes, not us. Why would he take us? He don't know us. He don't trust us. And see, that's the thing that you guys got to think about. These white Europeans came with black people. They'll trust them more than they'll trust us. Okay? But the colony was a failure because the Negroes revolted. Justin Windsor, in his narrative, meaning Negroes didn't want to work, just like what we see. It doesn't stop with you guys. It's not like, what is it? It's not a Willie Lynch letter thing, dude. Y'all are Canaan, and by sedition through sedition, you're gonna manifest yourselves, which is why our forefathers told us, don't F with these people, man. Y'all don't get it. You want to go around giving your daughters your men to them, go ahead. But the colony was a failure. Let me get ahead. Narrative and Critical History of America says Allion began the settlement of San Miguel, where the English in the next century founded Jamestown. So you see, dear white people, in case you don't know, Jamestown was founded by Negroes, Africans. The Negro slaves first introduced here did the heaviest portion of the toil. Cruelly oppressed, they revolted. Such were the stormy beginnings of the Spanish rule in Virginia. See, they might have revolted and stayed in Virginia. If he knew of the Spanish attempt, he did not mention it. That's why you gotta understand what's going on here. Like, these wobbles are y'all are lost, man. I feel sorry for you guys. Actually, I don't feel sorry for you guys. I don't, because I don't care. Y'all don't want to listen. Let me go to the top. Popular history starts that the Negro in the United States Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, there was a tercentenary observance of it at Jamestown. But this date, based on a letter by John Rolfe to Sir Edwin Sandys, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards. Boo! Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. You see? You guys first came with the Spaniards. Remember? Negro. Okay? First came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Ooh, damn. Which reminds me, before I go, no. Matter of fact, let me do this now. Okay, so we've got that. We read it. Let's stay with that. The first of them was Ponce de Leon. We read about him yesterday, right? The first Negroes were the first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Remember that, right? Okay. So remember this? The conquistadors, the famous ones? Garrido, Pánfilo, Portugués, Garcia. Remember that, right? Okay. All right. Remember, don't forget what we read. Don't forget what we read. We read that Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. And they're not lying. Watch this. Well, then this is from what book is this? It's a famous guy. He's like I'll remember it, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'll give you guys the name. Just remind me. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. Let me go back to this. This is from Africa's Gift to America. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. Okay? Now go back to this. Then it says, these black conquistadors, hold on a second. These black conquistadors, okay? It didn't say just black slaves. It didn't say these black servants, these black assistants. It said these black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because when you look back at what happened to our people, the decimation, the smallpox, the chopping up the bodies, the raping of our women, the feeding to dogs, the throwing overboard, the hanging by hooks, the burning at the stake, it wasn't just white people. It was you Negroes too. These black conquistadors, you damn devils, set an example for subsequent relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because we knew that Spaniards were crazy as hell. Now I know who was doing the act. Y'all with the muscle. And you want to sit here and tell us that we're the same people? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here with that. I think I slipped. I think no, I got it. Romans 15:4. It says, for whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that through patience, because a lot of y'all were questioning yourselves whether you were the people of the Bible, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. Written for our learning, that through patience, because this is a common, we have to help each other. We, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope, because the scriptures taught us this. This didn't come from me. The Bible taught me this. The wisdom that the Most High has given me is what led me to actually read and read properly, because I didn't even speak English, family. I wasn't born here. Okay, I started speaking English. I came here when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Around 12 years old is when I was like speaking English kind of decent. So the Most High, man. He had it all planned. These black conquistadors, you rapists, murderers, the real wetbags, the real illegal aliens, as well as the white ones, don't think I'm not including you guys, set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives at degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pentent. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Men such as Garrido, Esteban, Yanga, Rodriguez. Go back to this. The Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. You Negroes got to do some digging. You guys have no idea that you black people were here in Florida. Hey, FOPI. Hey, IUIC. ISUPK, GMS. All you dumbass. And you Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all of you, dumb Cubans, every single one of you that are in these camps, you have no idea that after 1763, a lot of these people in Florida went to Cuba and Puerto Rico and all the islands. And did you know that up until 1861, they were actually enslaving Mayas and sending them to Cuba? Y'all don't know anything about it. You guys don't know anything about this continent. Leave it for the souls that have been here before. Leave it for them. Psalms 49. Their inward thought is, Psalms 49:11. Perfect. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. That's what you thought. Nah. Oh, man. And you know, that's beautiful, bro, because it leads me to another point that I'm going to get to. Nah, you guys, we knew about them. We were here before. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. We're the real people of the Bible. No, we're the actual Aztecs now. We're the Mayas now. and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition, as there were abundant evidence of their being later with Spanish explorers de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, Adi Guion, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, Menendez. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes. Read this. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. Man.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm almost done with this, fam. I'm almost done with this. Actually, yeah. So now, to bring your point, bro, I'm telling you, look, this is why I love that thing. The Most High just I don't know, he finds a way to make this video, this class move, bro. Because look, they're very famous of saying like, oh yeah, the black Jew, a Negro. It shows that our people knew about this land, and that you guys aren't the people of the here, that you guys were put on slave ships and shit like that, right? That's what they say. That's what they say. And they use this famous book here. I'll show you right now. Give me a second here. They use this famous book here. Right up. What is this famous book? This big book? Big book? Hold on a second. Give me a second. I highlighted that thing. And I know when I see it, I'll see it. Give me a second. Bear with me. Because I know I put it here. I was trying to show people something. And if it ain't here, man, I hope it's here. This is the one that I should have put in there, but if I don't find it quickly, here it goes, right here. Boom. Okay. The Negro, a Jew. Okay. So watch this real quick. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus. So who is this Diodorus Siculus? So I'll show you who this Diodorus Siculus is, okay? Diodorus Siculus is this gentleman right here. Hold on a second. Here it goes right here. This is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? Diodorus Siculus on the bottom says, Greek historian, born at Agarium in Sicily. He was in Egypt about 660 BC. His history was written after the death of Julius Caesar and ended with the Gallic War, taking 30 years in the writing, okay? That's what that guy is. So this is what they say. And listen to how wicked as hell y'all are. Whoever is telling you guys these things, y'all are wicked as hell. Okay? So let me read it, and then I'm going to read Psalms 49. Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond Hercules Pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the remotest part of the ocean. And after many days came to a vast island a great distance of Libya, and lying very far west. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it, they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. So now, when you read this, meaning what? Their inward thoughts is that their houses should continue forever and that their dwelling places of all to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. This is Psalms 49. But what does Psalms 83 say? You know what it says. Here's why it says that. So they say this, right? But if you go to the actual link about what he wrote, this is him. Diodorus Siculus, library. Okay? So you Canaanites, y'all mess with the wrong people, man. Especially now. If the Most High woke me up and puts his name on Joshua, guess what? You guys set him again. You guys are dealing with him again. Now I'm trying to look for Caleb, bro. Caleb, wake the hell up, man. Come on, hurry up. Because these other damn tribes are too scared. Watch this real quick. We're going to go to 0.523, I believe, is where they say this, right? 0.519. Is it 0.519? Okay. So here it talks about, let's see. Right here. Okay. What they share is this here. Right here. This is what they share. 5.20.3. I'll read it. The Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside of the pillars for the reason we have stated, and while sailing along the shores of Libya, were driven by strong winds at a great distance into the ocean. And after being stormed, tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the islands we mentioned above. And when they had observed its facility and nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians, or the Phoenicians, at the time when they were masters of the sea, purposed to dispatch a colony to it. But the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of concerns lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the islands, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune, in case some total disaster should take over. The same thing, right? This is why Psalms 49 says this. Their inward thought is that their houses should continue forever. Let's just show this part. But they don't tell us this part. Let's read right here. Here. It says, but now, as we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall give an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not little being of level plains, meaning Mexico. Not little of level plains, I'm trying to catch where I'm at. And not a little being of level plains of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, Tenochtitlan, which are used for irrigation. And the islands contain many parks planted with trees of every variety and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water, chalupas. On it are villas, private villas of costly construction. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed on a setting of flowers, Tenochtitlan. And in them, the inhabitants, whoa, wait a minute, hold on a second. The inhabitants pass their time during the summer, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment of luxury. But I thought you said that nobody was there. Again, Psalms 49:11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Here's why, family. I said the fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. The fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. Because if you really think about this, right? Think about this for a moment, family. Let's just kind of like, deal with me here a second. We know that historically, these other nations, we saw the example, Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? We saw a link about these great philosophers written about civilizations, centuries. We know of Asian civilization, Arab, African, European, right? So if you were the type to calculate and you studied like animals and you took down herbs and you jotted everything down, but yet you did everything possible to destroy our history. Why? If we were just savages, if that's all we knew was just bestiality, I guess. Why? That's the question that I'm starting to find. I'm trying to wonder, like, why would you destroy all of this? I'm going to show you guys why. I'm going to show you guys why. Show you guys why exactly. We start with this. Because I always wondered, man. We learn about Granada. We're going to learn about us. Why did they do everything to destroy our history, our traditions, our culture? Right? So let's start with this, fam. This is from the 10 Tribes of Israel, historically identified with Aborigines of the Western Hemisphere. Barbara Simmons. Let's go to page 8 real quick. Page 7, I'm sorry. Page 7 reads this, okay? You guys kept jotted everything down, but yet our history, you destroyed. and you did everything possible to get rid of it. Just like the scripture said, Psalms 83. We see Psalms 49. What they were trying to do, they want to continue. Psalms 83 says they have taken, Psalms 83:3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Let's read. This is on page 8. Sagahoon further complained that he was forcibly deprived of a very valuable painting representing the great temple with the court by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country, more specifically if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest. Pieces of sculptures were mutilated and buried. Paintings were burned. Temples and edifices, which from their size it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. And that magnificent monuments of ancient art, such as the temples of Palenque and the places of Milan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahoon, when engaged in the compilation of a history after it had been taken away from him and again restored, meaning they gave it back to him. Hold on, let me a second. Sorry about that, fam. Meaning they gave it back to him. Received 3 cautions. First, write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devils having imitated God in taking to himself a chosen people in the New World and counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. And thirdly, pay attention to this, family. Not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. Why? Why destroy our history? Why? If we're just heathens. We're just heathens. Record it. This is what we found. Look, these are buildings. Because you did it to everybody. You jotted down every single history. Black and white people, Europeans. You jotted down every single history. But our history, now you want to say that that we're not even the people. And you don't see no pushback for no white folks from government saying, hey, listen, you black folks, you need to stop saying that because that's not true. No, they just say nothing. Masonry at its finest work. But I'm not done. I'm not done. Au contraire, mon frère. What's up, Nate the Snake? Whenever you want it, bro. I know you're old school cop. Whenever you want it. We're about the same. Well, you gotta be about 10, 13 years, man. I'll give you a break. You lost some weight. You can handle it. You can go to 180, man. I'll go down to 175. Yo, that's beautiful. Check it. First Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the books of the law wherein the heathens had sought to paint the likeness of their image. Remember, the book of the law was scrolls. I'm sorry. They weren't books. The scrolls never had pictures. So when they opened the scrolls, they put their image on these scrolls. And who are we seeing? And what do black people say? That white people put their image on top of their image. The scrolls never should have had images. Gave yourself up. But hey, what do I know, right? Second paragraph, it says, at this distance of time, when the state of the world is so different from what, I'm sorry. Give me a second. Am I reading the right page? Give me a second, fam. Because I have them here recorded. Yeah, at a distance of some time, when the state of the world is so different from what it was in the 16th century, it may not be readily conceived how easy it was for the Council of the Indies, through the power vested in it, of pertaining or prohibiting the general circulation of all writings relative to America, to keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness respecting the history of the new continent. For 3 centuries, those who successfully composed that council exercised their functions as censors with greatest vigilance. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, family. I showed you guys the book that about the Lutheran guy. They were saying, like, since the Spaniards came, we weren't allowed to have a Bible, no printing of it whatsoever. And Europeans were not allowed to know anything about us, and no writer could write about us or anything to do with religion or anything to do with Hebrewism or anything about Quetzalcoatl. So I'm going to say something. I didn't want to put too much weight on it. But what would be so strange for the Meshiacha to come here? He created the world. Remember Matthew 15:24? I know you guys think like, oh, that's all Israel. No, it's not. No, it's not all Israel. It's not the northern kingdom. It's not the southern kingdom. Matthew 15:24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Judites weren't lost. Yeah, we're just proud. Not lost. That was the Catholic Church because the soldiers just wanted to the spoils. Yep. A lot of that. To keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness, respecting the history of the new continent. Why? You jotted down everything. What is so fearful about our history? If powerful patronage or inadvertence on their part suffered in the first instance of any obnoxious work to appear to print it, it was sure soon to be recalled. Thus, the history of the Indies by Gomorrah, dedicated to Charles V, and the Conquest of Mexico by the same author, dedicated to Don Martin Cortez, son of the celebrated conqueror, became prohibited books soon after their publication. But there were other works against which a silent war was waged in Spain. We shall, We shall only further remark that the history of Peru is enveloped in much greater obscurity than that in Mexico. The real cause of less being known of the history of Peruvians in Europe. So they didn't even want nobody in Europe to know anything about, let alone Mexico, especially Peru. Don't know nothing about them. Notwithstanding, Garcilaso de Vega, himself of the race of the Incas, wrote in the latter of the end of the 16th century of Peru. This is a so-called cacique. He wasn't our people. Okay, he had kids with one of our women, and then they called themselves caciques. That's what they did. It says it's probably that Peru was discovered many years after the discovery of the conquest of Mexico, and Europe was not to be surprised a second time by a sudden appearance of fresh ocean decades of mythological paintings. As part of the paintings collected by Boturini, was sent to Europe in Spanish vessels, which was taken by an English privateer. It was never known whether these paintings reached England or whether they were thrown into the sea as of no value. The greater part of the Mess of Boturini, those which were confiscated in New Spain, were torn, pillaged, dispersed by persons who were ignorant of the value of these objects. They weren't ignorant. They knew exactly what they were doing. What exists at the present of the Palace of Viceroy composed only 3 packets, each 7 hands square by 5 in height. They remain in one of the damp apartments of the ground floor of the archives of the government, which the Viceroy Count Revillagagedo removed because of the humidity, moldering the papyrus with alarming rapidity. We feel a sentiment of indignation on seeing the extreme negligence with which these valuable remains were abandoned, which had cost much care and labor, and the unfortunate Boturini, fired with the enthusiasm which is peculiar to enterprising men, calls in his historical essay the only property which he possessed in the Indies, and which he would not change against all the gold and silver of the New World. The library of the University of Mexico is no longer in possession of any of the original hieroglyphics. The richest and finest collections of this capital is that of Jose Antonio Ricardo. Why? Why get rid of why? I mean, it just makes no sense. Why? I think this is page 50, and then I'm gonna switch. No, this is not page 50. The names and titles of the Creator. I'll just read it here. The character of the Holy One at Israel, being a manifold unity of moral glory, the distinctive manifestation of which originated those names and titles which serves to express his power. It may be useful as an object of intellectual contemplation, as well as an illustrative of that portion of the subject under new review, to trace to their Hebrew raw sources those surprising analogies which are demonstrative of the origin of the Peruvians and Mexican theology. Tenochtitlan, Lord of our bodies or life, was he who resided in the garden of Tenochtitlan. Ometecuhtli, Most High, is another title. He is represented crowned as the supreme and is the father of Quetzalcoatl. Why hide this? Why destroy everything about who we are if we're heathens? Why not keep our records, man? Let me see this real quick. Let me show you something now. I'm gonna tell you what they did. I'm gonna tell you why. I'll go through it real quick. Let's go to page 89. Y'all see what I'm talking about. Page 89. Come on. Page 89. Too much. Page 89. Okay. This is what they were trying to hide, fam. In everything related, religious observance, in everything relating to the treatment of the Mexican children, even in the mode of their punishment, even of the mode of punishing them, the Mexicans resemble the Jews. Torquemada also observed that festival took place of the naming of the infant, and afterwards on this being weaned, omitting further mention of the baptismal ceremonies and use of circumcision, both which may be presumed on the authority of very ancient writers were in use among the Mexicans. In nothing did the civil policy of the Mexicans more closely resemble that of the Hebrews, that in their dedicating their children to the temple, and afterwards sending them to be instructed by the masters of superior rabbi in the doctrine of their religion and moral and ceremonial law. Hey, brother, Al, you know that conversation I had with you, bro. That's why I'm telling you, man, that if you have fruitful children, is the best feeling ever. Says this is why what these camps are teaching y'all is BS, bro. They're quick to leave their women. They're quick to leave their children. First Maccabees 2:10. What nation had not had a part in her kingdom and gotten of her spoils? Pfft. No joke, bro. The largest heist, holocaust, and robbery against our people. There are over 2,000 codices and amoxles where truth can be revived. Just got to weed out all the foreign garbage. Yeah. And you know, I appreciate the Most High because he's helping me weed out all the foreign garbage. I'm seeing things clearly. Now let's go to page 94. Why did they get rid of this? Maybe because of this? The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like of the Jews in the lives of animals or blood, incense, in the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year. Oh, 3 times. Oh, that's beautiful family. Man, I'm telling you, man. Y'all the people of the Bible, man. Stop trying to say you're not. Stop being afraid, for God's sakes. Daniel 16. Oh, is it 16:16? Which one is it? Yeah, Daniel 16:16. 3 times a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacle, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like those of the Jews, the lives of animals, incense, the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year, which Torquemada undertakes in the following manner to explain. It is certainly a thing calculated to create astonishment to see in their offerings of the first fruits, the 2 republics resemble each other, meaning the northern and southern kingdom. But we need not feel much surprise at it, since it was the devil who persuaded and instigated that. Remember, he was forced to write this, right? And substituted himself for God. So Satan is teaching our people to do good. Whenever it was possible, and being the case, the task was more easy, in so much as these Indians were extremely dedicated to religious worship. He found it little trouble in inducing them to tender to him with this kind of offering and sacrifice, which, as we have observed, all paid very generally and regularly without being either remiss in offerings or inexact in its proper quantity, meaning they gave as much as they could. They didn't say, oh, I'm just gonna share the portion and give the rest. Nah, not at all. Not at all. Our ancient customs and traditions sync with the Bible. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, man, this is what they were hiding. 102. Let's go. Today, I'm bringing out the bullets. Y'all can save this information anytime some silly dub wants to come and tell you, oh, yeah, what tribe do you see yourself on the chart, Ak? And shut up, dumbass. The breastplates of the Mexicans appear to have been different shapes and sizes and to have been set with precious stones. It is supposed that solemn an injunction to the Jews were to wear fringes on the borders of their garments would be scrupulously obeyed throughout their generations. And we see that we did. Let me show this shit real quick. Page 104. I'm going quick, fam. It says here. The manner in which they kindled the sacred fire is not precisely known. That it was a religious rite accompanied with certain ceremonies cannot be doubted. And we may even be permitted to believe from an expression in the 14th verse of the 19th chapter of Ezekiel. And the fire has gone forth from a rod of her branches, which have devoured her fruits, that they were acquainted with the Mexican method of kindling fire by wood. Many passages of scripture led us to imagine that the ground plan of the great temple of the Mexican resembled that of Jerusalem. Woo! Hold on a second. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get some more food. Some more food. Page 147. Let's go real quick. Bam. All right. Perfect. Not too far. It's an odd number, so it should be on the right side. Yep. Oh, man. Come on. Page 147. It reads on the bottom. Where's it at? Right here. From the 9th to 20th of May, it was in this month, Toxcatl, that the fellow soldiers of Cortez Alvarado, that ferocious warrior, made a horrible slaughter of the Mexican nobility assembled within the enclosure of Teocatli, house of God. This attack was the signal of the civil dissension that caused the death of the unfortunate Moctezuma. Remember, the summer is nigh. They came in the summer. Flee from Jerusalem. When you see the leave, you know that summer is nigh. Let me see this. Pertaining to that conversation we had concerning raising our children, Proverbs 14:26. He who fears the Lord is secure and confident, and his children shall have place of refuge, because they are our future, we are their past. Without them, there's no future. Without us, they had no past. That's why it's important to love our children and do the best that we can to be amazing leaders, because our women need it. They're beautiful women. That's why these nations want to marry them. They count times after the manner of the Hebrews. They divide the year in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We went over the new moon the other day. 4 periods. 1 new moon for 4 Sabbaths. 13 weeks in every season. 4 seasons. The sun tells us when it's winter, autumn, and the moon tells us what month we're in. That's how we're supposed to calculate time. Not worshiping. It's calculating time. We didn't have no clocks. They divide their year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Passover is in winter. Passover is in spring. Okay? Wait, what did I do? 149? Bro, what the hell? Jumped to 1 something real quick. Give me a second, fam. I messed up. 149. They divide the year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They number their years from any of those 4 periods, for they have no name for a year. And they subdivide these and count the year by lunar months. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Like the Israelites. They count the year by lunar months, like the Israelites, who counted the moon by moons, as their name sufficiently testifies. The number and regular periods of the Indians' religious feasts is a good historical proof that they counted time by and observed a weekly Sabbath long after their arrival on the American continent. Now, how would they keep a Sabbath? By following the moon. Hello? Bruh. Let's continue. I'm almost done on this. I'm almost done, honestly. Page 50. Y'all got to see this, fam. Especially for you brothers and sisters that are a little older that don't know this. I hope this helps you. The world has been subsequently peopled by 3 names not mentioned. They, the tribes, were descendants from or of the race of Quetzalcoatl, the Meshiacha. And for this reason, they hold lineage and create account. Whenever they change to be or chance to be, they said, I am of such lineage. Before his image, which they call the great heart of the people, wood and incense are always burning. The third age is characterized as the holding up of roses and a flint limes, partly covered with branches of rose trees. which denounce the suffering of Quetzalcoatl. Page 151. The two signs dedicated to Quetzalcoatl are the primitive terms characterizing his first and second coming. That of wisdom in its symbol, the serpent, and that of life in the breath of the Most High, and that of the emblem, the wind. For they, like the Hebrews, express spirit, wind by one term, ruach. Ruach. The catastrophe which they say befell Tulan, of which is to be noted the virgin mother of Quetzalcoatl, was a native of which she was anointed king, in which he was the anointed king, was that which gave rise to a new epoch. The age was called Yazapal Nakayuaya. I can't. Nanakaiya? Nanakaya? Heavens of roses. Okay. Let me read on the bottom. The following plate represents the fourth age. Those two flint knives are decorated with budding branches, alluding to the atonement of Quetzalcoatl at some remarkable era of his life. The Mexican paintings describe four ages of the world, the representing of being knives. Okay, let me go ahead. Hold on a second. 152. It says here on the bottom. The Mexicans appear to have given due consideration to a subject very explicitly detailed by the prophet Daniel in what has been well denominated his calendar. The gold, which symbolizes an ancient Babylonian empire, was not figuratively nor spiritually, but literally impossessive. Not only succeeded, but supersedes by that which of the symbol was silver. The Medo-Persian dominion was in turn superseded by that which was brass indicated, and in due time the Grecians' domination was superseded by the Romans, which was characterized by the iron. The fifth universal empire, that of the Messiah, which is a symbol of by the adamant, shall at really and politically supersede the last aspect of the Roman Empire, basically saying that Esau is the end of the world as we know it. 158. Almost done, fam. We are naturally disposed to acquire that was the Theomotli, the name of the divine book, which contained the history, mythology, calendar, and laws of Toltecas. The word is compound of theo, divine, Atli, papyrus, or Motzli or Mosley, Moxley or Motzli, for in the Mexican language, Y and X frequently supply at place of the S. Li is devoid of meaning, but it is a general termination. Moli then appears to be Moses, when the sentence would be the divine book of Moses, meaning the divine, the Theo Motzli means the divine book of Moses. Moses, family. Page 159. It says Garcia notices himself other Indian names which resembled Hebrew. Let me go to the bottom. The Peruvians, Quipo, might have been quite a symbolic writing like that of the Japanese, and the Spaniards seem to have consigned them to eternal Biblion. As regards the tradition of letters in Mexico, it may be properly recollected to that Torquemada says of the book. Sorry, Bam. Which the Indians declare that they buried under the ground on the arrival of the Spaniards, between the columns of which Christ was painted crucified, and the intermediate space was filled up with alphabetical characters. Sahagún affirms in the following very singular passage that the children who were educated in the temple in Mexico, learned hymns which were written down in books and characters. They instructed them in all the verses which they were accustomed to sing, to which they gave the name of divine songs, all which were written in their books and characters. This passage from its singularity has been marked in the original, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to hurry up because my phone's going to die too. Page 161. Bottom part. Sagahun says, in the reign of Yatzcoatl, the lord and principal persons among the Mexicans who were the priests, the government by a theocracy, buried their ancient records that they might not fall in the hands of others. This might refer to the destruction of the Teomotli, the divine book of Moses, in the reign of the above-mentioned king, from which Mexicans might have borrowed their notions or metaphors. Last page. Page 163. Sorry. Second paragraph. The Jews, who only had been in Babylon 70 years, had so corrupted the Hebrew language as to render it necessary to affix a determinate pronunciation by the introductions of vowels. It is therefore in the genius of the transatlantic dialect that we are to expect Hebraism rather than in the use of Hebrew terms. So anyways, he's just explaining how he sees certain similarities, okay? So let me see what I got. Almost done, fam. Almost done, fam. Okay. So now I'm going to show you this. Why is this important? Why am I showing this right? I'm going to show you why. Okay? Because of this. Watch this. Listen to what he says, family. Listen to what he says regarding the Meshiacha, okay? Or México.
Al que busca estar directo con Dios. Esa es la respuesta. Más preguntas. Dime, Mónica. Ya voy a mí. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho. Dime.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Mashiach y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
All right, so I'm going to tell you something. We don't need their approval, family. We don't need their approval. But I'm just showing you the videos about how there's why, if we're heathens, why get rid of our records? Just keep our heathen records. It shouldn't offend you guys. Just keep our heathen records. But apparently, no. Yeah, man. And you know, and that's okay, Rick. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what we're here for. And listen, family, for all you guys, as you know me, man, you see the Aztec or the Mexica and you see the Mexico and all that. That's where I'm from, okay? But I don't just feel like you have to, like, I when I see Mexico, I see all of our people. So don't think it's just me isolating myself with my land, my tribe, because technically I am, but I'm not. Okay? I'm not. I really appreciate you guys that are watching. But anyways, this goes for all of us. Check this out. Like, I don't remember where I got this, man, but I remember seeing somebody. All praises whoever this is.
Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological data. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the...
Attention to this, okay? Look what he's talking about. Biblical passages, he's talking about what people look like, all right? So, you see the we've studied this. The the Chaldees, that's where Abraham came out of, okay? Remember this.
Book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait.
Meaning India, okay? India, over there, not here, over there, but let's go.
Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur, and that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic, Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern, as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And
So that right there is there's one of those right there. Yeah. There it goes right there. Now, why am I saying that? Here's why, fam. Remember I showed you guys this book, this big book, this book here right? The Jesuit and the Incas. Sabin Hinland. The Extraordinary Life of Padre Blas Velara. That guy hated us. I'll read it real quick. Peruvian history was a major theme in the Valera writing. His History Accidentalis, History of the West, appears to have included accounts of the early origins of Native Americans or of the Peruvian dynasty before the Incas, and of the Inca rulers themselves. Throughout the remaining fragments of his work and material pertaining to the history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the time of the Incas, although most of Valera's writings about the pre-Incas people have been lost, portions of his history of American migration and pre-Incas dynasties of Peru survived in his Relaciones de las Costumbres Antiguas, as well as the works of Garcilaso, Montesino, and Anello Oliva. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel, common theory in the 16th century. Okay, but this is what he failed to do. You see, haters will hate, but you cannot get around facts. Further up the road, all will realize the old world is here in our continent. Man, I just saw a video, bro, that they found something in Utah regarding Egyptian stuff. So I'm not there yet. Two sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject appear apparently speculating that the people of the Americas, watch this, I don't want to pass this, watch this. Remember what he said this, okay?
physically look so different in antiquity. If they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical...
And remember, he's putting them in the Ur of the Chaldees. He said Ur of the Chaldees, watch.
And that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical
My bad. Let me read it. So we saw the video. Thank you, bro. I apologize. But I think you guys were reading too. We saw the video of what he said.
Hispanic. And we don't have evidence.
The the Chaldees, right? The Chaldees. Well, this guy here, Valera, puts us there. Few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject apparently speculated that the people of the Americas originated from ancient Chaldeans who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands was derived from the practice of Chaldeans who worshipped on natural features such lakes, springs, and stars. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of Ur of the Chaldees, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah and became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history.
Back then, Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, but basically they look Middle Eastern as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if we look at Syrians, we have the same kind of more or less family of complexion, eye color, hair color, and this is probably based on a reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today who come from the same place, that this is probably what Abraham and Sarah look like. Now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe, so there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting tomb painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork. And because of the way in which it was preserved in the dark, we still have them.
Hey, family, I wanted to tell you something. Okay, you see the Amu? Some people say like, oh, those are the Hyksos and blah, blah, blah. And Manitos wrote about them, and that's all BS, okay? Manitos wrote about him, but Manitos has no clue about him. Matter of fact, Josephus put Manitos in check. Like, bro, I don't know what you were writing. He basically said it's not true. The Hyksos, not true. That was a made-up story by Manitos. And if you don't believe Josephus, then y'all are dumb. Because then that's gonna destroy everything you guys base some of your understandings out of. You know who I'm talking to, by the way.
And they can be reconstructed with some, clearer colors, as you see in the bottom image here. This is from 1900, before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with Hebrews, and they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu Western Asiatics, which would come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrian, although the Hispanics for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily.
Yeah, yo, baby. Yeah, yo. Come on, man. Oh, you need to stop tripping, bro. Hold on a second. Gotcha, bitch. Here it goes. Check it out. All right, let's read a little bit here. It says here from the Gene Matlock. I forget which book is this. I think it's called India, or Jesus was in India or something like that. Sham's descendants, who founded and resettled in India, inhabited from Copan and Indian River and in the parts of Asia adjoining to it. Josephus. You can verify with Josephus. He says that. Okay? But now I'm going to show you this page. This is from a Bible dictionary. Okay? Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who, this is actually in the Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus. Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began in Euphrates and reached the Indian Ocean. Now let's go to the bottom. Arphaxad name was the Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Page 32. This country lies between Palestine and Cilicia. Ur found Armenia and gathered the Bactrians and the Mesa the Messenians. It is now called Karax Spasini. Salah was the son of Arphaxad, and his sons were Eber, from whom they originally called the Jews Hebrews. Eber begot Joktan, like Yucatan, and Peleg. He was called Peleg because he was born in the dispersion of the nations to their several countries, for Peleg among the Hebrews signifies division. Now Joktan, one of the sons of Eber, had 3 sons: Elmadad, Salaph, Azramoth, Jerah, Adoram, Aziel, Dekla, Ibal, Abamiel, Sabius, Ophir, Eulat, and Joab. These inhabited from Copan and Indian River, and in parts of Asia adjoining to it. And this shall suffice concerning the sons of Shem. So now we're going to read this. Let's see if we're going to go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. I'm going to start here, family. Okay. This is from, what book is this? The Great Migration. The account of early movements in the Great Migration, which we extract from the legends of Pentateuch, must have lived long in popular traditions, but we find them referred to as genuine and undoubted matters of common knowledge. Let me go here. The sons of Israel, says the Hebrew scripts, are to go with dry feet across the sea. There is nothing said about dry land. Javid or Jehovah or Yahweh, or however you want to say it, the Most High, made the sea a dry footing. The sons of Israel went across the sea on that which was dry. This and all similar expressions can only bear one reasonable meaning, that the sea can be crossed dry shod. The sea can be crossed dry shod, I guess, only when it's covered with ice. As part of the Baltic Sea, the White Sea, Hudson Bay, and Sea Okhotsk are still crossed during the certain months of the year by traveling hunters. The word of the Hebrew legend could not have referred to the body of water, as in the tropics, which is now called the Red Sea, nor to any of its inlets, as they have never been frozen over or any geological age or any time. The sea covered with ice, over which the sons of Israel walked with dry feet, was none other than that Bering Strait and Sea Strait between America and Asia. These waters were the same place, though narrower and shallower, when the continent stretched across the greater part of what is now the bed of Atlantic Ocean, and when an island continent, the legendary Atlas, lay in the tropical Atlantic. Assyrians, Babylonians, Arabs, and Phoenicians, as well as Hebrews. Oh, the tradition. Sorry. Let's see here. Etham is now, we now call Alaska. The true interpretation of the legend is that that they started from one of the cities of the sun, either in Peru or Mexico, that they crossed the dreary solitudes on the northwestern corners of North America and wilderness Etham, and is now what's called Alaska. Let me go back here. I'm trying to look for something. Give me a second. Why did I put this in here? There was many reasons why I put it in there. Can't remember now. Honestly, can't remember. This is separate. Oh, here it goes right here. This is from the Essex God. Hold on, let me get it. Give me a second. This is this page right here, okay? Can't see it that well. So let me move it. And then we're pretty much done. And I got scriptures and that's it. Page 204, History of Mexico. The ancient Indians in Cuba. Several historians of America relate that when they were interrogated by the Spaniards concerning their origin, they answered that they had heard from their ancestors that God entered the heaven, created the heavens, the earth, and all things. That an old man, having foreseen the deluge with which God designed to chastise the sins of men, built a large canoe and embarked in it with his family, many animals. That when the inundation ceased, he sent out a raven, which, because it found carrion to feed on, never returned to the canoe. That he then sent out a pigeon, which soon returned bearing a branch of hoba, I guess. I can't read it. A certain fruit of America. In its mouth, when the old man saw the earth was dry, he disembarked, having made himself some wine of the wood grape. He became intoxicated, fell asleep. That one of his sons made ridicule of his nakedness, and that the other son piously covered him. That upon walking he blessed the latter, and cursed the former. Lastly, that they drew their origin from the cursed son, and therefore went almost naked. That the Spaniards, as well as they, were clothed descendants perhaps from the other. The Mexicans used to call Noah Cocox, and Teocipactli, and the Michoacanis Despi. They used to say that there was once a great duelist, and that Despi, in order to save himself from being drowned, embarked in a ship formed like an ark, with his wife, his children, and many different animals, and several seeds of fruits, and as the water abated, he sent out birds which bear the same aura, I guess, which remained eating dead bodies, and sent out another bird, that was a raven, which he did not return either, except the little bird, the flower sucker, the dove, or the pigeon, which was prized by them on the account of the variety of the color of its feathers, that brought a small branch with it, and from this family they all believed they drew their origin. If therefore we refer to the sacred writings or the traditions of those Americans, we must seek for the people of the America among the descendants of Noah. Y'all are crazy, man, if you hadn't believe in this. I don't know what to tell you, family. Jeremiah 51:20. Y'all should know this. Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 20. It reads, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations," meaning their understanding. You're not going to break them in pieces. You're not going to put your foot on them. You're going to destroy their understanding. You're going to destroy their so-called history. You're going to bring all that darkness to light. "And with thee will I destroy kingdoms. And with thee will I break in pieces the horses and his riders," meaning power. And all that government above that power of horses. Because they came that way. "And with thee will I break in pieces the chariots and his riders." Wisdom of Solomon 5:1, fam. "Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labor." I know you guys think that we ain't shit. I know you guys think we're not the people of the Bible. I get it. Fine. "When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strength of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of the spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, a proverb of reproach." Listen, fam. gonna get it.
Hey. Hey. Ay, déjala, que te pegue, ay, déjala.
The husband told the wife, leave her, let her hit you, because if he hit her back, they could call the cops and they could get deported. More likely, they don't have papers. This is a Mexican Hispanic family. But you got this damn kid right here. Look at the anger. Look at the hatred, fam. Look at the hatred. For food? It's a taco vendor. It's a taco vendor. This isn't new. It doesn't stop. I mean, apparently you guys are going to have to learn a lesson.
Hey, and by the way, family, in case you guys don't know, for my brothers and sisters that actually do see this and that you guys are not technically quote unquote legal, if a U.S. citizen hits you like that, you can now become an actual resident. There's a law for that. They don't tell you that shit. So next time y'all see that or that happens to you, a so-called U.S. citizen hurts you or offends you or like literally abuses you, you can get citizenship for that. Look it up under domestic violence for immigration purposes. Trust and believe. They're doing y'all a favor. But if you don't know it, that's God. That's like God blessing you. Like, here, let me get your ass whooped. I'm gonna get you legalized. You just gotta know the laws. You know what I'm saying? Understand that shit. And while these guys are here, look, check it out. Look, Ojo, man, I gave you some patience, bro, but you stupid now. If y'all don't make a video on Aztec nobility, then y'all ain't saying nothing. You see, you claim to be Pakistani or Indian, but you sound so fucking blackety black, bro, like an Afro puff from somewhere in America, man. You're really giving yourself up. It's hard to believe that you are so-called from over there. You talk American, you talk blackety black, bro, just the way that you do say shit. And then this guy right here, Jose Chapa, bro, ain't nobody listen to your stupid ass Islam crap. You don't even know the history of Islam. I will slice and dice your ass if you want to talk Islam. I will show you where your Islam religion comes from. Dude, I do classes on these. Dude, there's almost 500 classes in this channel. And you guys showed up today and you have no clue what I've actually showed or studied. That just shows how dumb y'all are. So here we go. Right. Sold your own people out and now you want to claim someone else's pantheon. Well, you telling me that Indians didn't sell each other? Or were that Pakistanis? You telling me that y'all didn't do that shit to y'all? You're doing it right now in your own country, if that's where you say you're from. But I don't think you're from there. I think you're a West African. I think you're a woolly. You're part of the woolly team here in America, acting like you're somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. Oh, you want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's do it right now. Here, you Billy Badass, bro. Hit the link. I'll give you a time of day. Hey, look, another idiot shows up. You guys sound racist. He just showed up. The Demigod Codex, a white boy, sniffing some coke in his nose or some shit. I don't know why you even put that picture up in your face, man. That's stupid. You see, but you don't hit the link. I'm so used to this, man. I'm so used to this. And you know what? You want to know? I will, whatever, man. I kind of had hopes of you and shit. You ain't saying shit on me. You all dispose of your own people all day. There's a truth out on the street right now, but look at the track. There's a truth out on the street right now. All right, so you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, family? This guy says he's from Pakistan or India, and he's talking like a fucking Yance. My boy, you ain't tricking nobody, bro. And then you got this. Where's this guy right here? This little crackety crack over here. You sound racist. You know what's more racist? You want to know what's more racist? A Trump believer like you. You're gonna vote for Trump. You look like a Trump voter. That's what I see. Hey, well, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I told you, let me look into the Tamil. Let me look into your history. Let me look into the stuff that you're talking about. But you keep talking shit, and you're talking to the brothers here that been here for several months, following the channel. They know what's going on, and y'all are new, bro. Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you something about being a man. First, listen, and then judge. Listen first, dissect, understand what the people are talking about, and then judge. Don't go and say, "Oh, you're emotional," but you're new to this channel and you have no idea what I teach. What are you doing? Go over there. Please, bro. Come on, man. Y'all are misrepresenting your own family. You're misrepresenting your own children. You're misrepresenting your own wives. If you guys are really about this so-called understanding of who we are, then stop doing this dumb shit. I don't understand people. You're new to this channel. You don't know nothing about me, but you're constantly posting shit left and right. So anyhow, look. Hey, by the way, I already posted the link, bro, and I'm not gonna post it again. And I'm not about to debate nobody right now. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let me finish this class. What is today? Okay, by Friday, I'm gonna do a live. I will show up, hit the link. We'll speak cordially and show us what you got to say. Let's see what you got to say. We'll hear you, bro. We'll hear you. You know what I mean? If you're on our side, that's good. If there's a little misunderstanding, it's all good too. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good, man. Don't trip. Let's continue, bro. Hold on a second. Let me see what you got. See, there you go. No, you want to talk shit. So we are West Africans. So I never said that. I said you sound like one. And now you call me a weirdo. All right, let's talk, weirdo. Mention Marky again? What do you mean mention Marky again? I dare you. I said it. The fuck you care? Mark, what the hell you mean? Yo, bro, Chabazo, what the hell is wrong with you, man? Why you over here talking crap about, like, you know, us individuals here? Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. Hold on a second. Here, one eye clicked in, finally. Hey, go for it, bro. Let me pause the sound real quick so we can go ahead, man. You can speak. Go ahead, bro. Here, go ahead, man. You can speak now, bro. Hey, Will, you there?
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Go for it. Well, I can kind of see your shadow, but go ahead.
I'm pretty dark, huh? You never seen anything like me, huh? You think I'm fucking African or some shit? Huh, homie? You talk your shit?
Well, I mean, you're pretty dark.
I love when you niggas talk your shit, bro. It's fucking crazy.
So you showed up without a shirt and shit, so you think you're tough now?
No, I've been not had a shirt. Why? Because I'm buffer than you? I'm not even buff. Because you're out of shape and shit?
Listen, man,
Crazy,
you want
dog.
to talk about
You didn't do your
something?
113
Or
burpees, huh, dog? Crazy.
you said that I'm emotional. So now that you're on board, what do you
Yeah.
got to say that you're going to teach us?
So what do you want to do? You want to exchange info, or what do you guys want to do? Because I know you got your cheerleaders on deck right now. You know, talking their little machismo shit. You know what I mean?
Well, it's because you come with an attitude that we don't understand, and some of these
Dog,
brothers been
I'm from
watching.
out here, bro.
Let me finish. Let me finish, man.
All right.
You come with an attitude that we don't understand. Some of these brothers been watching the channel for about 6-7 months. So obviously, when you show up at a randomness, yeah, they're gonna say some shit to you.
Yeah, I feel you.
So then,
I wasn't even
no,
mad at you.
hold on a
I
second.
wasn't
Listen,
even mad at you. I was just
let
trying
me
to
just
figure
say
out.
something. Let me just say something.
All right.
Let me say something to you. What I've been showing our gente is our migration comes from the east to the west. So I don't believe that we migrated on Africa. I believe that we came from East Jerusalem all the way across Arab nations, India, Asia, all the way to the corners of Russia. That's what I believe in. I believe that our people look just like those people in that region right there. So I got nothing against the people over there. Now, when you come and say "F you Hispanics" or so-called people,
Does this
that's when
look
you
like
come.
Negro hair?
Yeah, I grow. Yeah, I grow hair just like that.
You do, right? So our
Yeah,
phenotypes are similar.
very similar. As
So
a matter of
yeah,
fact, a lot of my
so where
family
does
are
all
just
the
like you.
Negro shit come out from? You know what I mean? And how you because
Because
that's
you want to know
racist
why?
if
You
you
want to
guys
know
try
why?
to box this
Okay,
together
let me tell you
as
why.
Negroes.
Because we have so-called Negroes, right, or West
Uh-huh.
Africans that come here with that attitude. So then you come with that attitude. So we're thinking, okay, you're just like them.
Nah, bro, I don't believe we came from Africa, dog.
Well, good. Then we're on the same page.
Yeah, and that's why I've been trying to like get all these together and connect the dots. But there's a lot of
Okay,
fucking.
okay. So do me a favor. What is that Tamil stuff? What does that mean? Because
See, if
you
you
know,
don't
again,
even know, bro,
I haven't.
then that's what I'm trying
Hold
to
on.
say, dog. It's like you don't
Hold on.
even
Let
know
me
who the
finish.
indigenous people of Mesopotamia are, bro. And
Hold
that's
on.
where
Hold on a
like you
second.
guys are all fucked
Hold on.
over,
Slow
even
down.
calling
Slow
us
down.
Pakistani and all this shit and holding
Listen.
on to
Listen. Hey,
nationalism,
wait.
nationality, dog.
Wait.
You're
Hey,
so
wait. Wait.
ignorant.
Wait. Listen, bro. I'm gonna put you on pause if you don't slow down. I want people to learn what you're saying. So this Tamil, what is it? What exactly is it?
It's the oldest language logically recorded for right now, at least until we find some other shit. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna show you this guy named Dr. K. Loganathan. He's reading
Is it
Sumerian
older than
text.
Is it older than Sanskrit? Like you, I think you said that,
Yes,
right?
brother. Sanskrit
Okay.
is a transformation of colonialism, bro. Ancient colonialism. That's what people don't get. Like our language, Hindi, it roots from Sanskrit. When we say you, we say tú. Just like
Yeah,
Spanish. When we
like
say
us, yeah,
shirt,
like
dog, we
us.
say
Yeah.
camise. Y'all say camisa. When we say,
Camisa.
yeah, see, so we're like the ancient speakers of Spanish. You know what I'm saying? But that's not our
Mm-hmm.
native language, bro. So
Mm-hmm.
like when everybody's coming at me with this fucking ignorant ass shit, dog, I was like, oh, let's run the fade. All everybody in the chat, dog. You know what I mean? Except you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because I see you're intellectual. You know what I mean? So I see it. You're on this level, and I fuck with you. But everybody else is just like fucking just machismo, dog. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what, bro? I get to talk to these brothers, man. It's just that you have to understand that, let's say, for example, like we're used to a circle, right? Like we're used to a circle. We always talk the same. And then somebody shows up out of nowhere and they're talking a certain way. Our circle will be like, hey, what's wrong with this dude? You know what I'm saying? So that's how they are. They're not trying to
Right.
hate on you. They're just like, because we're used to, like, whoever, the only people that ever show up
Yeah.
lately has been like Christmas Christians, right? But typically it's BHI, black only, F Hispanics. As a matter of fact, they even tell our brothers from India, y'all are Elamites. Like you're not even close to the word. Like you're just like it's like, well,
It's
what's wrong
fucked
with
up,
y'all?
huh?
Yeah, you're just bugged out. So that's why I'm telling you, these brothers ain't saying it like that. But you know, you come across all aggressive and shit, then we're gonna take you like a Canaanite. You know what I mean? That's just facts.
Hey, I ain't even mad at you, bro. You know what I mean? I actually like your channel and I like what you're
Yo, but
doing.
check it. No, check it, man. Like I'm really interested in it because when I did my research into migration, it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
because I wanted to go against the grind. It was more about like, okay, I keep finding this material, I keep finding these books, I keep finding this similarity, I keep
Yes.
finding like people that look like you and I. Like like for example, my brother Chato, his nieces, like on my family side, we either are light skin or dark skin, right? From my
Yes.
father's side. And on
Yes.
my brother Chato's side, Jaime's and Gustavo, they're all dark skinned. On my brother
That's right.
Miguel and me, we're
Yes.
light skinned. Now
That's
on
right.
Miguel's side, they look Arabic. On my
Mm-hmm.
side, we look so-called Hispanics. On my brother Chato's side, they look just like you. Dark
Definitely,
skin,
definitely.
everything. You know what I'm saying? But with
Definitely,
the thin
definitely.
lips, the bigger nose, the dark skin, the eyebrows kind of up, like kind of how you have it. So that's why I'm like, bro, listen, when I did the migration, I'm like, man, we gotta be through that region. I don't know how that makes sense, but it makes
Well,
sense.
I think that like cause look at me, I got black gums. Look at
Yeah.
so like when a Negro comes up to me and says that he's more original than me, I'm like, let me see your gums, homie. And if he has good gums like a white boy, I'm like, nah, dog, you checks out, bro. You're done. It's not you. So then I'm saying that in these lands of Canaan, because all these lands that they occupied, because I believe in the bigger Earth, the flat Earth, you know what I mean, and the greater Earth and the
Okay.
crater Earth. So
Okay.
it's like I don't believe in outer space and all that shit. In our pantheon, it's all water. Everything is water, bro. That's
And
surrounding
then
us.
and Bible speaks like that. The
Yeah,
Bible
it
does
does, right? The
that
firmament and all
we're
that shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, that we're let me say this, that our ether, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Our space is air, but above and
Yes.
below is just waters, like levels of waters above and below us. Like I understand that. That's why when you said that I'm not Hamite or Japhite or Shem, well, yeah, if you believe that, then you're not gonna fit in the Bible because That's technically where it all comes from. But almost every so-called race or nationality has a concept of what you just said: waters, levels,
Yes,
spirits,
the
understanding.
floods.
Like my wife, right? My wife, she listens a lot to the Hindu pantheon, like that,
Yeah, because we
spirituality.
believe that Mesoamericans are Hindus with amnesia.
Yeah, so we have the concept of spirituality, meditation, connection with the world, connection with the earth. So it's like
Definitely,
I tell her, like, I understand, honey, like you're not too far off, but this is what we started wavering in understanding.
definitely.
I think, and again, I have no qualms with my brothers over there because for me, learning history, a lot of the wise men are from India. Like literally, they are. They have a very good understanding of spirituality. They know how to communicate. But again,
Definitely.
it all comes to what have we been taught? We've had Christians come in our environment. We had Buddhists. We had Zoroastrianism. We had a lot of different things that taught us a lot of different stuff. So how can we get connected once more to our understanding? We're
So
not too far off.
what I was getting from all my research, bro, because I got really into the Tamil stuff, and I found out that the Tamil stuff is very much suppressed, and the Sanskrit is the oldest language and whatever, you know. But there's actually a language called Prakrit, and
I
Prakrit,
read that one. I read that one. Yes, I did.
yeah, Prakrit is like pre-Aryan. So then that's when I got to realize that the Tamil pantheon is really Buddhas and Siddhas. And so
So,
when
so
I've seen
explain
that
to me what that means. The Tamil pantheon.
Tamil,
Explain it.
yeah, Tamil is
I'll be
a
quiet for a second.
people, it's a language, it's yeah, we get, you know, as dark as the African, but we don't have Negro hair, bro. You know what I mean?
I know.
And we get light too, we get yellow. So we
Mhm.
had all skin tones back in Indus Valley civilization.
Mhm.
You know, we get even like really light skin, bro. So um when I seen on YouTube that this guy named Dr. K. Logan, I think, was reading Sumerian text like easily, and he was breaking it down that it's Tamil, and then you see I see other like references of Tamil being the oldest language, and I'm like, okay, you know, well, oldest language at least like logically recorded, because obviously like
Mhm.
either we were telepathical
Mhm.
or the
Mhm.
invaders were telepathical, and there was some high shit, and they got us good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo, hey, let me slow you down on that. And this is actually interesting, man. I'm kind of glad you said that because I remember I used to play this game with my daughter when she was like 5, 6, or 7, and we used to like look at each other and we're like, okay, what are you thinking?
oh, that's tight, bro.
Right? And she's like, oh, I'm thinking this, and I'm like, and like about twice out of 5, we would
Yeah,
figure each other's thoughts and shit.
that's
So,
tight, dog. Fuck
yo,
yeah,
listen, man. And one time I had a dream, and it's kind of
yeah.
crazy. I'll say it real quick. And I had a dream. It was kind of weird, but it was like these people that were telling us, we're just trying to show you how to conduct yourselves with the rest of the humanization. It was a weird dream,
Ooh,
but I didn't see him move his mouth. He was talking to me like I was talking to him, but we weren't
yeah.
moving our mouths. Like I was like, that's telepathy. Like we're like thinking this, like we're communicating with our brain. You know what I mean? So like,
That's so dope, dude. That's like you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
are tapping into some ancient shit right there.
Well, because that's the spiritual side of us. And this
Definitely.
is why I tell, and again, this is a topic that I don't get into, like the stuff that I bring on the Bible. It's more, at least I'll say it for me. My lot, at least what I believe that the Most High allowed me
Yes,
to learn, was our historical background, to bring
definitely.
our people back to our history. Now I know, and I can get into deep spiritual so-called conversations, but
Yes.
that's more private. That's not YouTube shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I
Yeah,
don't
there's a
really.
lot of hecklers, bro. You know, you gotta watch what you say. You know, look what I was dealing with in the chat. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, again, and
you know,
it comes up. It all matters too about how your approach is. You know what I
yeah.
mean? If you show up to a channel and you kind of watching, like, hey, I check you out, blah 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 blah, and like, hey, I've been watching you a couple days, but nah, I don't really agree with this. That's different. So you also got to be mindful about your audience. I always tell people, bro, know your audience.
I know
Know
I'll
your.
take accountability. I did come in kind of bashing, aggressive. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have done that. I'll take
Yo,
accountability.
but I'm gonna tell you something, bro. You see that spirit of what you just did, like, hey, man, I understand. You know, maybe that was wrong. That's not a spirit that other nations carry. They typically don't admit it. They say, F you, I'm gone. Nah, bro, we don't move that way.
We don't.
We
Your
don't.
people don't do that either, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're related, bro. We're definitely.
For
But like
sure.
all the indoctrination in between, and these ideas that these hecklers are coming up with is like keeping us separated. You know, calling me Bin Laden, Arab. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
I
It's like,
know. You know, there's that book I think you mentioned. India was in America. What is it called?
yeah, actually, I
Uh,
have it
from
right
Matlock. What's
here.
it? From Matthew Matlock or Matthew something.
Yeah, Gene D.
India and
Matlock.
America. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Gene Matlock.
in that book, I think it's that book that book he mentions how the Mexican government made a statement, and they actually said that after so many centuries of being separated, we
Mhm.
are finally back connected to our nations. Which is why I always say, why do they call them East Indians and called
And
us
you
East,
guys are West Indians.
right? West Indians.
Yeah, this one, India,
That one
this
right
one,
there.
the
Yeah.
Americas.
Yeah, and then I have another. I did when I did my class on Arcerith, I showed pictures of one of our sisters, which was from the from Chihuahua,
Yeah.
and she was just like you, dark skin, just like you, straight,
Very
long, thick
Mayan
hair,
looking, right?
right? But then obviously, West African wobbles are gonna say she's
That
African,
was them.
right?
Fuck out of here, huh?
That's why.
That's
This
why,
is
like,
what we
that's why
start.
God is bringing us together. The Most High is bringing us together,
Hey,
definitely, to like get the
I
wobble out the
believe it,
way.
bro.
You know what I mean?
I truly believe it, man. Especially with, I don't know, man. Look, I don't know
There's a
why.
shift in consciousness right now. Everyone's shifting in consciousness. It's not about the black or being black or anything weird like that anymore. It's like everybody's shifting to who they are and what who their roots are and shit.
Yo,
And
the
and
scriptures.
and getting rid of the Afrocentric, like man, get the fuck out of my way. You know what I mean?
Check this out. The Bible talked about that, and I don't remember the verse. And any brother right here is watching. Please, if you have it, you know it. It talks about how, in the end, he's going to start. Like every nation is going to go back to their own nations. Like everybody's going to try to find their own people and shit.
Yeah, my brother Mike guy was telling me about that. It's trippy.
Yeah, matter of fact, I gave him a call earlier today.
He's a good brother, man. I love my guy, man. He's a good brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, listen, maybe there's a little misunderstanding, bro, but you know what I mean? Like, stick around, share some shit. And matter of fact, next time, be more prepared. I'll let you do the class on what you know because, man, I'm very interested in that region. Matter of fact, I used to work with a brother from India and his agents because I do insurance, right? And he called his agency Amistad or Namistad? Namaste.
Yeah.
Namaste. That's what
Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah, and I was like, hey man, I want to know about your history. He goes, oh, we'll talk to my brother because he likes it. I never dealt with him, but I really am because obviously there's a connection down there. Why do you
like,
think,
bro? Like, I never had a problem with Mexican people out here. I'm born and raised in Cali, bro. You know, Orange County, bro. You know what I mean? There's real Sureños out here. They're good people, dog. They never fuck with me like that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
well, check it. Why do you think Abraham is not a conversation that BHI wants to bring up, or if Christians bring them up, they only bring them up to a certain extent, just to a certain extent. But when it comes to his history, they don't like to talk about him because he's coming out of the Ur of the Chaldees.
yeah,
He comes from the you mentioned Nagas, the Magis or the Magi's, whatever.
the Magi's, right? So you think that's
Yeah,
the same? The
all
Magi's and the Nagas?
That's why in the New Testament, when they say that Jesus, so-called Jesus, because we don't call him Jesus, but anyways, he was visited by the Magi, and they're like, why would those guys visit him? Because that's where his lineage comes from.
Yeah.
A fucking region. But guess
Yeah.
what? And listen, that's why I tell Raza, bro, when I share with them that we may have connections with the people there from India, Asia, and all that, they hated it.
Yeah, they go, we're
But
not
in my-
Punjabi, fool.
Right? But here's the
Yeah,
question.
dog, I heard it all, bro.
So then why? Do you want to be the black woolly hair guy
Yeah.
or the black Indian guy? Who's more racist than who?
I mean, the black Indian guy is the most suppressed. You know what I mean? That black Negro is like, hey, it's me, me.
He got it good, dog. Don't even trip on that.
You know what I'm saying? And while my people's is like, whatever, let the black guy do that, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, there's
but
only
like really, I'm Pakistani. Like we have warrior gene, bro. Like I don't fucking back down with these Negroes. You know what I mean? But like a lot of Indians, they're like they lay down on that shit. They sit back and fall.
A lot of Rasa is like that too, man. A lot of our Rasa like let them like our vendors, like they just are fuck. You know what I mean? They hurt them and shit. But
I
there's
hate that
some of
shit,
us,
bro.
nah,
Yeah,
they ain't
dog.
gonna
They
fly
fuck
with
with
me.
the vendors like that, bro. I fucking hate it, dog. You know, it irks me, bro. It irks
Yeah, but
me,
listen,
bro.
man. So let me finish this up because it is late, bro. And my son actually just came back today from his surgery, so I'm about to finish this up.
Hey,
But
I'll
listen,
keep
bro.
your son in prayer, bro. And
Yeah,
thank
you,
you,
my
man,
brother.
for having me on.
And
You know
no,
what I mean?
not at all, bro. Hey, listen, man. I always say, look, I pay attention to the stuff that people post, and then when I notice that the spirit is changing, I'm more than willing to talk to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So
Thank you.
by all means, bro, Kyle way. You know, this is your home.
Kahele,
You
that's
know what I'm
right.
saying? Like we ain't no enemies here. And if you have a different understanding, it's cool. Let's try to bring it together and see like how can we make it a connection. Because
Bro,
I
we
know
can
for a fact.
really like change the world, bro. Help lives, like connect some shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, hey, the
serious.
scripture said that he's gonna bring the two sticks together,
Ooh, East India, West India, bro.
south and north.
Ooh, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. It's a
It's a
wrap.
wrap. Because
It's
I
just a
believe
matter of
that
time,
Negroes
bro.
are not indigenous to Africa, bro.
What was
I
that?
think that they pushed my people out, and the Australians, like Congo was Kango, like kangaroo.
Hey, well,
Mali was
check this
Vali.
out. Hey, you
You
might
know?
want to look into this. You might want to look into this. That book I told you about Anacalipto. It says that there was two Indias, East and West India. That's why the Ethiopians don't look like the rest of the Africans because they're suggesting that the Ethiopians were people from India that migrated to Ethiopia. And
That's like black supremacy lies. Those dudes are
oh,
Tamils, but they got mixed with Negro and Viking and shit. That's why the lion and the lion represents the Ari, the Viking. We're gonna have to get into that, bro. Like
yeah, let's
it
do
gets
it.
deep. You know what I mean? It gets deep, but at least I know my side of the history, and you know your side. We can
That's
connect that
it.
shit.
There you go.
That's how it
There
goes.
you-
And all the little
That's
hecklers that
it.
are watching, fuck all y'all. I love y'all, but fuck all y'all.
I say the same shit. Have a
You
good
know what I
night,
mean?
brother, man. Let me finish it real quick, bro.
Okay,
Let
all
me
right,
finish
handle me,
it.
dog. All right, I'll talk to you
Yeah,
later.
for sure, man. Hey, listen, hey, what I'm gonna do is this, man. Do me a favor. Here. I'm gonna 144K is woke at gmail.com. Shoot me your email,
Okay.
and then I'll hit you up, and then shoot me your number, and
Okay.
I'll text you my shit, and then we'll stay in touch. Cause like I
Definitely, brother. Let's
like
do
to
it.
talk to the mighty guide about that, bro. Cause you guys have some understanding of that area, and if I can get more understanding from there, man, we may just, man, we
We're gonna
may.
start a whole new wave for the new age, bro.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
sir, yes, sir.
Like all the lies, because the Kali Yuga was about the age of ignorance and the age of injustice. So how much ignorance and injustice lasted for over 5,000 years, you know? And now the shift is changing. Like everything's changing.
It is changing. Knowledge is growing.
Yes, brother. So hermano mío, dog, I fuck with you. You know what I mean? All the way, bro. You know what I mean?
It's all
We
good, bro.
on.
Don't trip, man. You don't offend nobody here, man. I'm pretty sure our brothers here forgive you, bro. We just, came with the wrong spirit, but we're good now. You're good now.
Yeah, we good, bro. We'll connect, bro. Real shit. Because I
Yes,
think
sir.
it's needed. Like, definitely Most High is making a divine arrangement. 144K is woke, okay?
Yeah,
144,000
that's it. 144K is woke at
woke
gmail.com.
at gmail.com. Okay, I'm
Show
going to
me.
send you an email. I'm going to send you Hindu America by Chamin Lao. Do you have that book?
Nah, just shoot it over.
Yeah, I'm going to send you that one, and then you get my my email and stuff. Because
Sounds good.
he's an Indian guy that went to Mexico, like, to visit. And when
Yeah.
he's seen the architecture and everything and the people, he was
Mhm.
like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I think I read that one. I think it's the one that he was saying like, "Yo, that's my language and shit."
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, these are my people. He's like, all these people. He's like, whoa, because we have a lot of like Denisovan DNA people, like Nepalis. Nepal. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's over there, northern part of India, by close to
Hmm.
Asia, right? Yeah.
So the Negroes be saying like Ethiopia is the only place that never got colonized. And that's the biggest lie because Nepal is the only place that never got colonized, which is why their flag is a red flag that looks like two triangles instead of a square flag. Any country that has a square flag is a
Yeah.
colonized. Is done. It got colonized. But Nepal is
Really?
the only one that has two triangles on the side, like a, if you look at it, if you look up on your text messages, just put Nepal and the flag will show up and shit on your emojis. But it's like that's the only country that has a flag like that because it's never been colonized and it's the last Hindu kingdom. So they believe that they are connected to the Nawat and the Meshiacha and all that. Like they honestly say. I posted a video of my boy named Rudra. He's a Mexican from Sacramento, and he went to Nepal and he connected and found the roots and shit. And he's like, and I posted on my Facebook, so I'll send you my Facebook too. You can check
Yeah,
it out.
yeah, do that, bro. Do that. Hey, there's a man, I was just, oh my god, I thought about it and I just forgot it. Fuck, I was gonna recommend you the book. Say what you just said again. Say what you just said again so I can remember.
But Nepal,
Yeah, before you were talking about this brother right here.
Chamin Lao.
No, say what you're just saying right now
Rudra,
about
yeah,
the brother.
Rudra,
You were
my
telling
brother,
the
yeah,
story.
my brother from Sacktown. He found me on IG, and he had an experience where he went to Nepal to go marry a Nepali girl, and he went out there, and then she was the one that told him that Native Americans, Mexicans, Mesoamericans, they're all Sanatani, Sanatan Dharma. That's the eternal nature of like life's flow. So we're all flowing with the Dharma. The Dharma is your rightful duties. It's being a good husband, being a good father, being a good brother, being a good friend, working hard for your country. You know, your people, your fellow residents. You know what I mean? Everybody working together for the greater good. But if we miss the Dharma, then we get the karma. You know what I'm saying?
You
And
mean the
it's
sin,
like
the curses?
it gets deep, bro. But you know, it's just like the
You know
Bible
what's so
says. You know,
funny,
there's
man? You know what's
power.
so funny? Check it out. The Bible
Yeah.
talks about that. Matter of fact, I say that often. I say that to my brothers all the time, bro. Being a better man, better husband, better father, better like I even told the brother in case he's listening. I'm like, don't be a professional about your job or what
Right.
you do. Be a professional about your life. You.
Ooh.
It's about you.
I love that.
Because if
I
you're a
love
professional about you, that means you're a better husband, you're a better father, you're a better brother, and if you're a grandpa, you're a better grandpa. You know what I'm saying? You're a
exactly.
better employee or a better employer. Be a
Yes.
professional about you, not about what you do. It's
Fuck
good
yeah.
stuff, man.
There's power of life and death in the tongue. So you know, like common spiritual hygiene is definitely in the Bible. You know, but I believe our ancestors were already on that shit, and then here comes the invader.
Yeah.
Learns our shit and then flips it on us. You know what I mean?
Oh, I already know. I already know based on what I read, bro. It's
Yeah, I read some shit about like the Spaniards, bro. When they flipped it on you guys, bro, their swords were so sharp, though, that when they hit, it was ripping like open the flesh and
it was
skin.
bad, bro. It was
It
bad.
was
Matter of
bad,
fact,
bro. It
I'll
broke my
say it
heart,
like
dog.
this. I say it like this, and I believe that people from over there understand that too. When they came with the capitalistic mentality,
Yeah.
they looked at our communalism as communism. They
Yeah.
took it like because we care about our gente, we care about our people, we care about our elders. Yeah, we'll take care of them. We'll socialize. I mean, we'll bring social programs for them. So when they need help, we'll help them. They took communalism as communism,
I
which is
read in our
why.
book, bro, that the Spaniards were envious of you guys because you guys wouldn't lie. You guys couldn't tell a lie. Like they would ask you, "Where's this? Where's that?" Yeah, and they were like tripping. They wanted to take advantage, bro. It was crazy.
To
And
this day, I
it says
can't
in
fucking
India once
lie,
ruled the
dog.
Americas that they were haters and they were like they were envious that you guys wouldn't tell a lie. And then they were like, "Yeah, so where's the gold?" And then you guys were like, "Well, why are you worried about the gold? You guys are gods." You know what I mean? Like,
Right?
yeah, you know, you
Yo,
guys are gods.
here's the best part. Wait, here's the best part. How
Hmm.
in the world can Christopher Columbus or Fernando Zarco, because that's his real name,
Oh, I didn't
all
even
of
know
a
that, dog.
sudden,
I'm gonna look that up. That's
yeah,
facts.
that's his real name. He's a Portuguese dude, Spaniard, Sephardic, all that. Then I got into it. So anyway,
Wow.
the point is, how can he or they, right,
Yeah.
say that they found East India,
Right.
somehow showed up to our land, right?
Right.
When yet they're not that far from your land. They could have
Right.
gone around or through
Yeah. How did they
like
miss it?
the like the what do you call it, the Iberian, you know, that what do you call that?
Peninsula.
Yeah, they could have
Yeah.
just gone through there.
Yeah. How did they miss it?
Thank you.
They knew what they were doing, bro.
They knew what they were doing. They
Definitely,
knew
bro.
what. Yeah, for sure.
Especially with the whole Negro stuff, bro. It was really off-putting, man. Because I was like, you know, I'm born and raised in America. I want to know why I was so dark. You know what I mean? And like the Negroes were trying to tell me my history, bro, but that it was always going back to them having the power, bro. It was weird, you know. And I tried to be a Rasta, and I tried to be a Moor, bro. And there's a Pan Africanism, but then I seen how
Hey,
ugly they were, bro. Ugly
yo,
spirited,
listen, hey,
egotistical.
my brother, you
You know what I'm
just
saying?
literally listen. You just literally said the same shit that us as so-called quote unquote Hispanics go through. Again, I'm using it as a colloquial.
Yes.
So they told us the same shit. You were the
Yes.
same people, we're the 12 tribes,
Right.
but you Hispanics, no, you ain't gonna teach shit. You're just
Tooting
just
your
shut
own
up.
freaking ugly ego horn, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Just shut up.
Stroking your ugly ego.
They go, y'all are mixed.
Crazy shit, dog.
Yeah.
You know, very disrespectful too, but like condescending, like weaselly disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like like not really in your face, just kind of like being like trying to one up. You know what I mean? It was weird, bro. And then I realized that, you know what, my people ain't as low vibrational as yours. So how are we coming from you? You know? And I was like, we still have our blackness. It's like, and we have our heritage, our heritage.
Hey, not only that, because if you really look, that's why in my channel, bro, I go deep into it. I don't believe and I don't use the curses to prove us. I use the curses, our folklore, our food, our hair texture.
Yes.
What else? Should I just posted it?
Yeah, my guy put me on that. He said heritage is hair at age. So if they don't match the hair at age, the heritage, then it's a wrap. You know what I mean?
And the brother right here, like the brother Julio, he goes, we say it all the time, bro, because that's what they made us feel like. They literally said, yeah, we're the same people, but you're less than us. They made you feel the same way.
Fucking gypsies, bro.
You're the same people, but you're less than them. That's amazing shit that you just said, bro, because Raza is listening to it like, well, I thought just happened to us. No, they happened to him too.
Right.
Bro, it's crazy, bro.
It's
Hey,
crazy.
hold on.
It's like a lot of mind games, a lot of covert manipulation. You know what I mean?
Hold on, let me read this. All our practices still innate to us. The practice of sexuality, tantra, the meditation, the ganja,
Yeah.
what is he saying?
That's my cousin right there, Demigod Codex. He's
Oh,
actually
okay.
Pakistani.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
but he gets it too, bro. We're not about nationalism, bro. Like we're not. He was raised Islamic. He denounced it, bro. You know what I
Well,
mean?
listen. Let me say this. When we say like our people, it's not necessarily saying like we believe all of us are, the same. We know we're not. We us Hispanics know for a fact, bro. We're the first people that found out that you may look like me, you may act like me, but you ain't me, bro.
Right. And we go through that too, bro. Like there's a lot of like weird Indians and Pakistanis that are so prideful and just weird, you know what I mean, and robotic that we stay away from all these people, you know what I mean? Because that's why he denounced Islam, and I'm like, I went back to like Asivaham, which is the Buddhas and the Siddhas.
So let me
But
say this. So let me finish it. So like we're not focusing on nationality and that's our creed and nationality beliefs and religion. No, our people have a lot of different understandings, and that's because of colonialism and oppression.
real shit.
However, there is one thing that's very common, man. We all believe in one higher power.
Definitely.
We're all looking for that answer.
Definitely.
We're all trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
But like, on your end, you got a lot of people that are lost.
Yeah.
So do we, bro. We got a lot
Yeah,
of people that are
definitely.
lost. They're still eating pork. They're still eating shellfish. You know what I'm saying? They're still doing their dumbass shit. Yeah, we got it
It's
too.
like indigenous erasure did its thing, on our people. You know what I mean?
No separation causes.
I get mad, bro, that like we still eat the beef. Like Pakistanis, they'll be like, no, it's halal. Eat it, buddy. Eat the beef, buddy. And I'm like, nah, dude, that's fucking the disservice. Like, you know what I mean, to our ancestors and shit. Like we're not genetically made to take in that beef, bro. Like our arteries will clog. We don't make it till past 45, 50 years old and shit.
Yeah,
And
I know that.
Hindus are living till like 90 years old and shit. I'm like, whoa, Pakistanis
Yeah.
got it twisted.
I saw the one video where I don't know if it's real, but this person was over there in that region, and supposedly he was like 200 and something years old, and he had barely any fucking skin on his ass, bro. Like the dude was all bones and shit. So I don't know, man. I'm not ready to meditate like that much. You know what I mean?
I ain't trying to be here that long, huh?
I'm saying, let me slowly get back to my region and shit. Anyhow, man. Hey, but let me finish it, bro, because it's getting late. Let me finish this shit,
Do your
man.
thing,
And
big dog. Thank you, bro, for clearing stuff with me and connecting the dots, man. I appreciate you,
you
bro.
good, man. Hey,
And I
listen,
appreciate
bro.
our connection. Thank you, man.
For sure. Hey, and tell brother right here, man, to shoot him the email, man. Let's get connected. I'd like to talk to you, him, and brother Mighty Guide, because this is just opening up more understanding so we can get historical and show our people and see
Yes, my brother.
the
Definitely.
differences, the discrepancies, and then like, what does all this mean?
Yes. And who invaded us, and like, and I believe that it was obviously you're connecting the dots on it was a multi-ethnic regime. It wasn't like just whitey. It was whitey, black man, and like the Asiatic Turk. You know what I mean?
Well, I think I know why, to be honest. I know why. because they figured that this is a warrior nation.
Mm.
More than one people to like really kick our ass.
That's true,
I'll
bro.
say it
I
like
can
this,
see
bro.
that.
Hey, look, man, and I know people don't like it, but you know who brought smallpox to us?
Yeah, the Negro, bro. I like your video, bro. I'm telling you, I watch your shit, bro, and I love it.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Those are facts, bro, and people don't like it.
Yeah, they even have a Bantu god that is a smallpox god, bro, and he's the god of smallpox and illness and healing remedies and smallpox, specifically small. I'll send that to you.
Fuck yeah, send me
Specifically
that
smallpox, bro.
shit. Hell yeah, send me that shit.
We got them, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap. We
Wow.
got their asses.
Wow.
But like,
Hey,
you know,
it's
it's
good,
better
man.
we team up. You know what I mean? And this is the message to the chat room. It's like, it's better we team up, man. I'm not your enemy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not a West African. I'm not a Wabo. You know what I'm saying? I have culture.
That's it. Yeah,
I have
culture with
culture, bro. I'm not
he's
like
a
these white
shirtless
people, black people
culture.
out here,
He's
bro.
a
They don't got
shirtless
culture, bro.
dude from India. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, the white people and black people don't got culture, bro. I got culture, bro. You know what I mean? It's
You
like,
do.
yeah. So,
Hey,
I
have a good
fucks
night.
with you.
Stay up, bro. Let me finish this up.
Okay, big bro.
All
Have
right,
a good
man.
night, all right?
Yeah,
All right,
come on,
I'm
man.
watching. Thank you, bro.
Okay, man. All right, fam. Let me go ahead and finish this up. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. This shit is not done yet. Hold on a second. Where is this link right here? Hold on. Here we go. Right there. Sorry, I gotta do this like this because I'm not in my regular computer. Okay, here we go. That's it. All right, here we go. You showed up.
3 likes.
All right.
And I'll show you why. Okay? So enjoy.
This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Let me see what we got. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's over here. Hold on, family. Sorry. Wrong video. I had played that earlier. Let's go.
Oh, you want to do that? Let's do that.
Why, sir? Take it easy.
A San Jose auto shop worker under arrest in a vicious attack on a street vendor. It was all caught on video. The victim, Carlos Sanchez, was outside Intex Auto Parts yesterday. When he was confronted, the man with the bat called him a criminal, knocked things over, and even damaged the vendor's car. Police arrested the attacker for assault with a deadly weapon.
That's called a hate crime, you fucking idiots. But you don't call this a hate crime. Why? Because they're black?
Have you
Get
tried
your ass outta
Wix
here,
or
man.
Squarespace but
Listen,
never?
you ain't getting no sympathy from me. Ain't no fucking Willie Lynch in this room. Get the hell out of here, man. You had it easy. Y'all are just complainers, lazy as hell, and blame everybody else for your own shit.
Sellers at this popular taco stand at Normandy and Slauson in South Los Angeles. Employees are usually greeted by happy, hungry customers, but not on Saturday night.
No, I can't believe it.
Check out this aggressive, angry woman going nuts.
Vino y agarró la charola de cilantro y me la aventó encima la plancha.
Alirio Chon says the woman grabbed the container with cilantro and a barrel of horchata and dumped them on the sidewalk, then proceeded to scream at him. Alirio says he was upset but couldn't do anything because the attacker was a woman. What was your reaction when you saw her going crazy? ¿Cuál fue tu reacción cuando la viste?
Pues yo lo primero que hice fue quitar cuchillos y todo lo más peligroso.
Juan Carlos Cervantes says he quickly hid all the knives to make sure she wouldn't grab them and hurt the employees. Berta Zúñiga says the woman then started screaming at her and then smacked her on the head. Where did she hit you? After hitting Berta, the woman then made herself a burrito, and before leaving, she spit on all the food that was on the table.
Se perdió nuestra.
Dear white people and dear black people, okay? This is a fucking hate crime here. This is a hate crime. A Negro or African American hates a Hispanic person. You guys need to stop with this bullshit. Oh, we got to talk about it, guys. If you just vote Democrat, if you just vote Republican, you'll stop acting like this. No. This is who you guys are. This is exactly who you guys are. That's what the Most High said. Don't mess with these people. They're corrupt. They're dirty in spirit. They got no appreciation of life. They're envious of everything. They don't work hard.
Ready to
They
be
get
an
anybody to do shit for them. They go around telling people lies about, oh, it's not our fault, man. It's the Willie Lynch. Really? Shut your ass up. Ain't no such
This
thing as Willie
time
Lynch.
was no different.
No mire para atrás.
I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water. In the Long Beach community, Eliu Ramirez is a proud vendor,
Hecha por mis manos.
selling homemade fresh treats to the community.
Yeah, nothing's better than it.
But on Monday, Ramirez says he was approached by some neighborhood kids who often taunt and insult him.
No, not neighborhood kids, but some black kids that whose father doesn't want to take care of. Like their dad, where you at? Whoever the dad is in here, where the fuck are you, man? Where are you guys at? Y'all complain about the white man. Oh, they're so oppressive. You pick on a guy that you know is not legal because he can't call the cops on you. That's a hate crime, Rick. I don't give a shit how people slice it. 2 Ezra 2:28. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, say the Lord. Well, I know what you mean. But you tell someone like that, they're going to be like, that's not true. They're kicking my ass. But I know what you mean, bro. Sirach 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. This is a hate crime. This is all hate crimes. Okay? It's time for you people to start calling these so-called Americans, let's call them Africans. Okay? You're not Americans. You're not from this continent. So what I want to say, Europeans, you guys are white. Africans, you guys are black. I'm not going to call you European Americans or white Americans or black Americans anymore. You guys are Europeans and you're Africans. You're absolutely nothing American of this. So you guys need to start seeing that your African friends have hate towards so-called Hispanics, specifically Mexicans. This is your great people. So you see, like, look, fam, check it. There were several people watching, and as soon as I went here, 4 of them left. You're probably Hispanics, and you probably follow the 12-type chart, and it hurts your feelings. Why? Is this a surprise to you? Oh, because the 12-type chart makes you feel good?
This time was no different.
No mire para atrás.
I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water on my back, he says. His friend, Jose, who was also a vendor, tried to help, but instead his cart got vandalized too.
Agarró mi mayonesa.
They grabbed my mayonnaise and threw it. All of the things on my cart got thrown, like my spoons that I bring for my job. And then one kid grabbed a mango and threw it at my head. Ramirez called police, and when police arrived, they gave Ramirez and Jose both $900 tickets for not having a license to sell.
Yo le dije.
You see this? Hey, Marvelous, you're really full of shit, man. You really disappointed me. And you don't even call me back. You say you're a man. You say you about the Bible. You say, I'm maravilla, bro. I'm ghetto. But didn't call me back. I left you 2 messages. Call me back. But you don't, because y'all don't know. Now I'm realizing that you are probably just part of the system. They're probably paying you to bring those dumb ass campers to mislead our people. Does this not matter to you? Or you're going to walk over it? Oh, no, it's because the white man did it. Then, hey, listen, the nerve of you, by the way, like, oh, I don't speak Spanish because that's a colonized language. Well, you fucking speak English, you stupid ass. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? A colonizing language. Oh, but the Spanish language, oh, that's... See, this is how stupid our people are. And the unfortunate thing is that when you're a kid, you think you've lived because you've been in the dirt in the ghetto, and you think you lived, and you know more than people, and you don't know shit.
I asked the police why they gave me a ticket when I'm the victim. He says the police told me it's to be fair to everyone. The video and police interaction made...
I mean, it's because they're black. That's why. It's because they're black people.
You're not imagining it. The price of commercial auto insurance just keeps going up.
The Willie Lynch made me do it. It was the Willie Lynch. Oh, it's because white people are so bad at it.
Hey, fam, I guess I'm having a bad connection. I'm not sure what the hell just happened, but I think that's it. I'm gonna call it a night because I'm not trying to fix this being up all night and shit. So appreciate y'all being here tonight. Thank you so much, brother. I already emailed you. I already gave my email. 144k is woke@gmail. Go ahead and shoot me that email, bro. I like to stay in communication with you. It's good stuff, man. It's good build, bro. That's what we're supposed to do. Build. I'm gonna play a few songs, probably 4, maybe 5, and then I'm gonna call it a night, all right? So y'all just be mindful. Stick around, and appreciate y'all very much, man. My love to you, brothers and sisters, bro, for sticking around all night. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you, bro, for clicking on the link, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's love. Buenas noches a todos, hermanos. Okay, BTC. Yeah, I know the sound. Yeah, I know what's up. Cuídense, hermanos. All right, just a few songs and that's it.
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasphemous de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deje el rebel. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y petón, perico, te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como 2 monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Treque, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica, ¿pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica, con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina, hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina, mi vida fuera de una esquina, yo solo quiero más chavos pa' comprar más chilindrina, gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales, repete señales que a ti no te sale, ¿qué pasa compadre? Somos naturales, voy a llenar todas las editoriales, rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales, tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales, yeah, se me afaga la cimaita, sopló.
Hey, Terco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por por correspondencia. Que muchos dicen que evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Pa' decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y me acento en ella. Ahoga mi gente, la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers, en estas líneas bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street, yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah, hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build.
Yo, man, respect around the world. Llegamos uniendo culturas como siempre. Con el Magic Fever. Penny Face.
Hace tiempo que vi que no hablaban de ti, que el amor se acabó por la zona. Me pregunto si al fin conseguiste salir del dolor que a tu fe la abandona. Dime si es la verdad o tal vez no. Llegó la libertad, la traigo ya. Babylon no perdona, pero ¿dónde las das las tomas? Pero compa, dame la ganja bona para ver cómo si se asoma tu flow y tu bondad. Y dime si es así lo que por tu mente pasa. Ganas de vivir para no quedarse en casa. Permíteme decir todo aquello que nos falta para poder reír con todo lo malo arrasa. Y al verte sé que los caminos hoy nos llevarán a volver a ser los que luchan por borrar el mal. I'm live down, believe sound. I win from blood clot brother. And sit down, I need flow. Stop all criminal murder. Hace tiempo que vi que no hablaban de ti, que el amor se acabó por la zona. Me pregunto si al fin conseguiste salir del dolor que a tu fe la abandona. Dime si es la verdad o tal vez no. Llegó la libertad, la traigo ya.
Me abriste en dos, viste mi corazón, el aire se llevó tu amor al decir adiós. Dime si vale la pena odiarme pa' que me quiera. Dejar de decir que sí cuando quiero decir que no. Renunciar a malos hábitos pero no mi sueño. No me dejo pa' después, lo primero soy yo. No reprimo sentimientos por miedo. Enséñame. Necesito que tu alma me alimente y me da sed. Hazme saber. Si ese drama vuelve yo ya lo lloré. Y aunque Babylon duela, tú mismo tienes que saber que tu alma si vuela te lleva donde quieras ver. El problema te llega, tú mismo debes resolver.
Hay luna, dueña de la noche que paso yo soñando. Ninguna me da la solución para seguir yo luchando. Me gusta el color de tu pelo, tu labio de rosa, me sabe a caramelo.
debemos actuar. Tranqui a nuestra play. De siempre tuvimos todo, nunca sirvió envidiar. Yo me siento el rey. Paso de su corona y su trono quiero fumar, guay. Tú dime qué es la ley de la tierra si la del universo manda más. Ay, Susana, eras bienvenido al convite. El néctar degustarás, yo lo vomité. Porque todo lo de atrás es mejor si se omite. El secreto de la paz se habla en petit comité. Yo te hablo de Fonices, de Mirlos Pegasoses. De sus vainas yo ni sé, ya me cansan sus voces. Van detrás del money cash que entre tantas manos es como el alma del perdido, cualquiera ya la posee.
Hace tiempo que vi que no hablaban de ti, que el amor se acabó por la zona. Me pregunto si al fin conseguiste salir del dolor que a tu fe la abandona. Dime si es la verdad o tal vez no. Llegó la libertad, la traigo yo. Hace tiempo que vi que no hablaban de ti, que el amor se acabó por la zona. Me pregunto si al fin conseguiste salir del dolor que a tu fe la abandona. Dime si es la verdad o tal vez no. Llegó la libertad, la traigo yo.
En la Plaza de Reyes, BLAK 50, soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabue? Juro por mis abuelos que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Shit, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, soplón.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco mob, negro. Yeah, cinco mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, yeah. It's money gang, 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 yeah. Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después.
de la 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln, con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco, under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mande, sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo sé de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor intérprete que ha parido esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento cuando yo me concentro. Mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy tu patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veían la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao.
Across the block, Kaher, Belagere, where I get my chala. Who reporting live from the universe? It's the First Nations MC. You could do the search. Who been through the worst? Surviving genocide, fighting for a better life. They try to set aside the true history and keep us mystical. They say they founded this country on biblical principles. It's so cynical, but I'm an analyst. It's murderous. They refer to us as merciless. India savages. Now that's written in the Declaration of Independence. That's no kidding. Hey, open up your heart and let love lead the way. Light your path with the words that I speak today. Let the lessons flow, arrive and bless your soul. Systematic racism alive, intentional. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow.
His daily life was filled with ceremony, and every act had some significance. The Indians believed in the spiritual, the mysterious.
Yeah, man. Respect and love
from the world, nigga. Show them. Pew nigga on a microphone. Can't vaya si te number for everything. Rock, yo en el estudio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Ribby there. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light some love them. I Rastafari my life some love. I remember no fire no burn. Ribby day. Live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior, warrior, yeah. Much I really think. Oh, yeah man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, y Lego. Not really easy, no. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce
en las rimas de estos MCs pa' ponerme más feliz. Unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hablé de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte endondeando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi cielo, si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Los más chingones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. Got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando Mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Meshiacha. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicans, Mexicanos. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse you to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man. Damn it, man. Now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Militia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Los niños accionan pistolas, las niñas se cuidan solas, no es nada raro, señora. Venimos del rancho del cerro y la loma, donde cosecha maíz y amapola. Lárgate de aquí, no te metas con mi gente, no, te vas a topar de frente. Lárgate de aquí, no te metas con mi gente. Mira, mira, ahí va la María, más que linda lista. Se pone en la esquina, vende su mercancía. No quiere ser reina, ni tampoco rica, solo quiere feria para su maíz su tía. Aquí brindamos limón, tequila, ando con lo necesario bailando marimba. Si ya estoy muerta, pero de la risa como Speedy González. Jiba, 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 con la bendición yo ando. Low life por Sonora anda rifando. Tengo mi entorno conectado, todo controlado, como siempre ganando. ¿Quiénes son quien controlan la calle? Corre que no te atrapen, más bombas tal vez ilegales. Yeah, con la lata negro mate. Súbele, wey, ponte la cumbia chalino, cadete, esa la que truene. Súbele, wey, que hoy me duele el corazón, me lo pasaré con Puy que si se puede. Malos tiempos dejaré que pasen, sí, solo miro para adelante. Estas perras conmigo quieren toparse y no creo que me aguanten. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no vas a acabar con mi power mexicano. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no, tú no, tú no, tú no. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no vas a acabar con mi power mexicano. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no, tú no, tú no. Hey, hey. No me toques, santo chita, y te veo igual de jodida. No soy suertuda, soy bendecida, y estoy tirando para arriba, para arriba, para arriba. Quiero cantar desmadre mariachi, a ti te olido con mezcales, que suene fuerte los cadetes de Linares. Yeah, por acá puro González, ando tumbando la casa. Yeah, ando prendiendo con Rafa la raza. Anda haciendo la finanza, pasándome de lanza, que esta vida no me alcanza. Yo me muevo como la marea, este estilo tu culo patea. Las flores más finas crecen en mis tierras, yeah, suculentas cosechas. Si te metes tú conmigo se te va a ir toda mi gente. Estamos fuertes, bien fuertes. Si te metes tú conmigo, más vale que no lo intentes. Revolución de mentes. Si te metes tú conmigo, se te va a ir toda mi gente. Estamos fuertes, bien fuertes. Si te metes tú conmigo, más vale que no lo intentes. Revolución de mente. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no vas a acabar con mi power mexicano. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no, tú no, tú no, tú no. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no vas a acabar con mi power mexicano. Biri 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 bam bam, tú no, tú no, tú no. Hey, hey. Rap mexicano. Lo mejor, este rollo no te tendrá. México infectando desde el sur al norte. Y la muévelo con este ritmo. Rap, 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 rap. Rap mexicano, crema cocinando. En tu área.
¡Oh, yeah! Huasteca, qué linda eres. ¡Oh, yeah! Qué bonitos ojos tiene debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tiene. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa. Oh, yeah. Opa. Con tus ojos me anunciabas que me amabas tiernamente, que me amabas tiernamente. Con tus ojos me anunciabas, ingrata me traicionabas cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente. De mi pasión te burlaba, malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa.
Deja que salga la luna, deja que se meta el sol, deja que caiga la noche, pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas me llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debía el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.